Good evening, everyone. As you can see, we are way over capacity. We are violating the fire statute right now. There's 92 people allowed in this room, and there's way more than that. I simply cannot do that. What we're doing right now is we're trying to arrange for another venue, perhaps John Glenn's auditorium. What we'll do is convene the meeting, and then we'll have an adjournment. We'll all go over to John Glenn where it's safe. In the meantime, for those people who are not sitting in seats, please leave the building so that we have the proper number in here. It'll take us 5 or 10 minutes to figure this out, and I'll come out, or a spokesman will come out and let you know what we're doing. Okay?
That's going to be hard to do because the hallways are
I have to do it. It's 7 o'clock. Welcome to this meeting of your Board of Education. We certainly appreciate your attendance tonight. I would like to say before we begin that we have two members of the board, Mr. Buckaloo and Mrs. Walker, who aren't here this evening. The reason they aren't here is because this meeting was originally scheduled to occur on the 10th of June. And of course, members of the board are very good about making sure that they're here on scheduled meetings. And as a consequence of the change just a couple weeks ago of that, they had conflicts in their schedule. They couldn't be accommodated. So they are not here and they are excused. On behalf of the Board of Education, I would like to welcome everyone. Your attendance is appreciated. And we'd like to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Are our students from Elliott Elementary School here this evening? Who is this? Who is it? Andrea? Who is it?
This is Monique.
Monique? Everyone stand for the pledge. Whenever you're ready.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. A little bit about Monique. Monique Oliver. I am Monique Oliver. I'm 9 years old and I'm in the 4th grade in Mrs. Skinner's class. My favorite subject in school is reading because I get to learn and explore new things. I live with my mom and dad and 4-year-old sister, Jayona. When I grow up, I want to be a professional entertainer. I want to be a comedian because I always make my family laugh, and I would be good at it. My favorite colors are red, yellow, and lavender, and my favorite things to do when I'm not in school are reading books, specifically historical nonfiction, taking dance classes, playing outside, and joking around with my family.
Your career in entertainment is going, this is a great big audience. If you have any great jokes, this is the time. First of all, would you like to introduce your parents?
Over here, Monique.
Where?
That is my mom.
Hey.
And my dad is right there.
And your sister.
Yeah, it was sister.
And is your principal and your teacher here?
Mrs. Skinner's not here.
Mrs. Skinner, that's it? Okay. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome and thank you. Monique, this is an award of recognition presented to Monique Oliver for participation in the flag ceremony during a regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Wayne-Westland Community School District. And we'd like to thank you very much. Come on up over here.
Hi.
Mom, Dad, little sister, would you like to come get your picture taken? Have a seat. Matter of fact, fact, you could take this meeting over tonight. It would be just. You can hold up your award, not in front of your face. Stay for the fireworks? Kind of. Okay, honey. We gotta scram, I gotta handle business. Good job.
Good job.
And that's what it's all about. So roll call, Mr. Neal.
Ms. Hines? Here. Mr. Neal here. Mrs. Madell?
I'm here.
Dr. Weaver?
Present.
Mr. Cox?
Present.
We have 5 here, 2 absent.
Okay, we have a quorum. The chair is now going to call a 20-minute recess. The time is, well, we're going to call the time 5 after, and we will reconvene in 20 minutes at 25 after.
So the first item up for agenda, I'm going to refer it over to Ms. Simmons for the YMCA Summer Cap Essay Contest winners, sponsored by North Brothers Ford. Mrs. Simmons.
Thank you, Dr. Holt. Ms. Dybus and Ms. Mitter will be presenting.
Good evening. I'd like to introduce tonight Sherry and Sarah from North Brothers Ford and Brian Wolverton from the Livonia YMCA. Also, if I could call at this time, if students Marty Spikes, Dominic Kowalski, and Senna Howard are here, if you could please come up for your scholarship.
How you doing, Dominic? Good. Okay, I've been known to have the big mouth, so I'm the one who's got elected to come here tonight.
You're in the
I don't
right
know if that's a
place.
good thing or a bad thing. But on behalf of North Brothers Ford and Tom and Doug, this is something very passionate that they're about. And Doug called us in there and told us all about summer camp and his stories, and his eyes just lit up. And they are so happy to do that for 4 other students here. So Sarah and I would like to present you with a certificate of achievement and also a little gift bag that Doug wanted us to put together for you, and we did. And let me see, this is you, this is you. There you go.
So just to be clear, I just wanted to explain that North Brothers Ford, in collaboration with the YMCA, is providing a full scholarship for an overnight camp for 4 of our students, 2 at Stevenson Middle School and 2 at Franklin Middle School. So these are 2 very strong partnerships that we have in our district. So the students who receive scholarships, the full ride week scholarships, are Mallory Dennis and Marty Spikes from Franklin Middle School, and Dominic Kowalski and Senna Howard from Stevenson Middle School. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, and thank you to North Brothers Ford. The next item on the agenda, 325.19, citizens' comments on agenda items. And I've got a stack of blue. I'm going to do my best getting through Steve Corey or Steve
Kahn.
Steve Kahn. Is Steve Kahn in the room?
He's in the other
Okay, we're gonna talk to him. Jesse Shelley? Jesse Shelby?
Yes. Do I have to go up there?
Uh,
Can I talk?
I'd like you to go up there if you wouldn't mind. Take your time, because we wanna have a recording of it.
cane.
The treasurer's report tonight. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shelby.
You're welcome. My name is Jessica Shelby, and as a former treasurer of Inkster Board of Education, my concern, I have been here to a lot of school board meetings, and my concern is, why do you not have treasurer's reports so citizens, taxpayers can see where the money is going?
Understand, Ms. Shelby, this is not a question and answer session. You have the opportunity to say what you'd like to say. We're happy to hear it, but we're not going to be addressing questions in this forum. We can get back to you with the answers
Okay. At the end of this meeting?
when we have the answers. Administration will be in touch with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking here through the forms to try to find out who's got a issue they'd like to discuss regarding the agenda.
That's why I asked the question, because it's not on the agenda.
Well, actually, the treasurer's report. Actually, the treasurer's report is on tonight's agenda, Ms. Shelby.
You said you're gonna answer later.
He's got one in there.
Mr. Griffin? He didn't say.
He's in there. He didn't have it.
Hello, Mr. Griffin.
Good evening. My name is Charles Trev Griffin. I'm here to speak on the issue of the ratification of all the employee contracts that are here on the board tonight. I came here in January I'm retired, by the way, before I went to Florida and spoke on why I thought there was a real need for this Board of Education and to settle these contracts. And sometimes it's not always as fast as you think. I've been in bargaining all my life on both sides. But I see they're on the agenda, so I'm here tonight to say thank you to this Board of Education and to the administrators that had a hand in resolving this. And I think this is going to be the last item that this board needs to resolve. And I go back to even when I was on the board, the sinking fund has passed, 4 mills for Wayne County passed after failing once. The bond issue passed, and now we'll have a contract for every employee group in this school district where they've taken a 5% pay cut. They've had no step for some 5 or more years, and morale should rise in this district, and I believe it will. And I appreciate the fact that this Board of Education took it to heart that they needed this as their #1 priority to resolve, even though it takes time, and I understand that. So I want to congratulate you on that process and that project being done, hopefully tonight, depending on what the votes are here. And I wanted to come and say thank you tonight on behalf of the citizens in this community.
Other people in the room that would like to address the Board of Education on issues appearing on the agenda? Is there anyone here that would like to address the board on issues appearing on the agenda? if the blue room can hear me, if there are people in the blue room that would like to address the board on agenda issues,
The people in the blue room cannot hear you. They can hear the speakers. They can barely see you and cannot hear you.
okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Real quick. Speaking to the mic for me.
Test, test.
I cranked up the room volume, so hopefully that should be able to pick it up.
Okay,
So let me go give it a shot real quick.
okay.
Where? No. Can you tell us about Scott? Text Gino. Oh, I can do that. Yeah, Gino can do it. All right, I'll try. I think Gino can do it from anywhere. It's actually pulled up in here. I turned the oh, right on. Well, we got rid of the file too. If you, there's a button on the wall in the hall there, like on the light switch, you know, like electric box. That's the override function in the air for this room.
Oh, like just inside the double doors on the left?
Like right, like kind of like right on the wall.
Oh,
like
not like,
press it.
oh, I didn't realize right here, okay. I noticed your pen earlier, it's so stout.
Yeah, it's so quick.
We are back in session. We are back in session. Ladies and gentlemen, forgive that this is a bit unusual, but as you can see, we're doing the best we can with these circumstances. It's very important that anybody who comes and wants to address the board has an opportunity to do that, even if it appears cumbersome because of the people involved. So we're just going to keep plodding through. Is there anyone else in this room that would like to address the board on an agenda item? Yes.
Hi, my name's Steve Kahn. I'm a teacher at John Glenn and community member 90-something% of my life. And I spoke at the last board meeting about the cuts that the teachers have taken and the support staff to save this district. And I want to thank the board. I want to thank the superintendent. I want to thank personnel in the HR department and Jill Simmons for working with our bargaining team, working with our union to bring forward a contract that moved Wayne-Westland from the bottom third in Wayne County to the top third. And I want this as an example to the community to know that collective bargaining does work. And this is a perfect example of that. And I want to thank everyone in this room that had a part in that. Thank you. And then with that said, I want to introduce our UNISERV director that works for the MEA, Tanya Karpinski.
Thank you as well. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to make sure that this board meeting didn't go through its entire agenda without hearing, as you heard from Trav Griffin, you just heard from Steve Kahn. This year, after a 2-year contract, we embarked in negotiations with a new process. We embarked with interest-based bargaining, which if you're familiar with bargaining at all, it is much different than the traditional bargaining where each side sits on their respective sides of the table, passes a sheet of paper back and forth. We say, here's what we'd like. Typically, the district says, no, thank you. Here's what we don't want you to have. And we part ways for a couple of meetings with that same type of back and forth. This year, I would just like to commend all of the bargaining teams that I represent on behalf of the Michigan Education Association. Every single team. I have the WISA group, which is the secretarial group in the district. I have my boss group, which is the skilled trades. I have Local 4, which comprises of food service, custodial, and transportation. I have the teachers. I also have the group of teachers that we do not quite have on the agenda yet tonight because we're waiting for some answers from the county, but expect to have them at the next board meeting or shortly after, which is my early childhood group. And so we do have a TTA, as I like to call it, with that group, a tentative agreement that we hope will be on your next agenda. As I said, the interest-based bargaining process, I can't thank the district enough for working towards this type of bargaining approach. It was not an adversarial approach. I won't say it was without hurdles and without some moments where there were some frustrations, but everybody continued to work through the process and move forward. And I think that is what results in the contracts you see before you tonight. And I am very proud of all of the work that went into that by all of the teams, all of the support of the members that filled out the surveys and voted on the ratifications. And I just wanted to thank you on behalf of the units I represent.
Thank you, Tom. Is Kevin Wittenberg in the room? Kevin?
I'd like to address a few different things. My name's Kevin Wittenberg. We are alumni from 1966 to 2023. So we are a longstanding family of Wayne-Westland Memorial High School.
Is this on the agenda, sir?
Is a budget or you called me, so I'm up here.
Yeah, if you are here to talk on an issue that's on the agenda.
I didn't get the agenda, but if it's on the budget, then I'm here.
Okay, yes, sir.
I've got here in front of me, I just received today, the raises that everybody's gonna get after tonight if certain things go through. Devin King, he's getting a $29,000 raise within 2 years. This is going from now until 2022. There's astronomical raises and bonuses on this that I do not see how it's fiscally possible for the school district to do when I've got 5 resignations in my phone on teachers leaving Wayne Memorial this year. They want their names left confidential. I've got over 100 people who left names with me. I'm promising them confidentiality, but it's going elsewhere besides here tonight. I want to see something done about how the school district's being handled. We're losing teachers of the utmost respect daily. I had 5 resignations last night on my phone. I said, please don't give them their names until I said, fine, you can put it out yourself. But everybody in here that knows me knows I've been fighting on this for over a year. When Mr. Weber was falsely accused and cleared in 3 days, and was still made to stay in the administration in a make-believe position that did not exist. And I knew he was taking another position because he did not want this position that everybody up there that wanted me to call them on their personal phone because they're in the book would answer my questions. So everybody in here that knows what I'm talking about wants to see answers, and I am not stopping until a result is formed.
I appreciate your passion, but I think that kind of veered outside of the lines of a budget item there afterwards, don't you think? If everyone could kind of stick to the rules, everybody needs and should be heard. And all I'm asking is to keep to the process. We will make sure everyone gets heard. Absolutely. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on items that appear on our agenda? Okay. We're having some video problems with the other room. We're going to pause the meeting for the number of moments that are required, 5 minutes at least. Cheryl, do we have any additional agenda?
Go make copies, but it's gonna take a while.
Well, can you make copy of just the agenda, not the addendums?
Yeah, it's still gonna take a minute, but yeah, I can go do that.
Cheryl, is it online?
I don't know.
They just handed me one.
Why don't we at least make an effort to do it?
They just handed me one. Here,
Yeah.
you can have this.
We're gonna leave- we're
Not
gonna
the
leave it.
up-to-date one.
How are we gonna get it?
Okay. I know.
I don't know. Here it is.
Under duress. That's a big sign.
Is it the Wi-Fi signal?
It might be the Wi-Fi signal.
Well, I'm sure we have tons of people on Wi-Fi.
You're fine. I'm just gonna grab.
Has anybody texted Justin?
She was supposed to be on vacation. Text her, call her, whatever.
Really?
It's blowing up.
Is there one in there, please? Can we freeze everybody out of it? I'm gonna reconvene the meeting.
You're so cute.
How you doing down there, Joe? Tell them to turn their Wi-Fi on. I'm gonna tell these people. Okay, here's an audio-visual report. We are reconvened, by the way. What's going on is the signal from in here isn't transmitting to the other room because it's on the Wi-Fi signal, and the Wi-Fi signal has a capacity. So let me ask for, once again, for your cooperation. If there's anyone in here on the Wi-Fi signal, if you could turn your Wi-Fi off, like I just did, on your telephone, and just turn your Wi-Fi off so that you don't encumber the system, and we can get on with this. So that's what we're dealing with. Okay, we're going to the consent agenda. Okay, for which part here? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up to the consent agenda right now. The very next issue on our agenda is going to require a couple handouts. And these handouts are available when you enter the room. So if anybody would like to get those handouts, this would be a good time to do it. We can't do questions, Ms. Shelby. I'd like to hear, next item 326.19 is the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Support. Moved by Mandel, support by Mr. Neal. Roll call vote.
Mr. Neal, yes. Mrs. Madell,
Yes.
Dr. Weaver,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
and Mr. Cox.
Yes.
5 yea, 2 absent.
The next item on our agenda this evening, 327.19, is the curriculum recommendation presentation. Ms. Broll? Mr. Broll?
Mrs. Broll.
Mrs. Broll, there she is.
Roll with a B. And so as Ms. Broll is making her way up, we as an administrative team here in Wayne-Westland, we, as an executive cabinet, we tend to fill in for one another on a regular basis. So I'm filling in today for Mrs. Curry, who is at her daughter's event for tonight. And so let me do her role of introducing Mrs. Broll and the English Language Arts team that is bringing to us an ELA adoption recommendation. The last time that our school district adopted an English Language Arts curriculum was in 2002-2003 school year. Since then, in 2013, teachers were provided the MAISA or MESA units on a regular basis, but that was not officially adopted at any point. God bless you. The impact of our language arts curriculum can be seen on our longitudinal English Language Arts 2018 M-STEP K through 8 and evidence-based reading and writing results for high schools. And so if you have this document in front of you, you can see where our English Language Arts results have been for the school district on our standardized test. Looking at this, we can see that we definitely need an English Language Arts curriculum. Currently in our, well, I won't go too much into it, but as you're looking at this, you'll see the results from 2016, 2017, 2018, their 2019 goal, as well as for each grade level, their NWEA M-STEP projected proficiency based on our NWEA results. So basically what we're looking at within those two columns, if you look about 6 columns in, what we're looking at with those two columns, if you're looking at 3rd grade, is that for, let's say, Edison, which is the first school under the state, county, and Wayne-Westland school results, for Edison, their goal, last year, they reached a proficiency of 23.2%. Their goal this year is 25.9%. And based on their NWEA M-STEP, which are very closely correlated, they're correlated to surpass that goal and be at 32% proficiency for this school year. This is really critical in this day and age because of the 3rd grade reading law. And so we wanted to ensure that our community, before we began, understood the rationale for adopting a curriculum at this point for the following school years. If we can provide our teachers with solid materials, techniques, and strategies that meet the expectation, then we can ensure that we have a better chance, at least, of meeting the statewide results. But if our teachers do not have the equipment that they need, or the administrators don't have the training that they need, then it's very difficult to move the needle on student achievement in the ways that the state of Michigan is asking. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Broll, roll with a B, I got it. I'm getting it, to help us understand the process that we used. Because here in Wayne-Westland, it really is important to look at the processes that we're using to make decisions. So Ms. Broll.
Thank you, Dr. Holt, and good evening, board, and everybody who's here tonight. So thank you for having us. We're here to recommend a new ELA curriculum for kindergarten through 5th grade. The team as a whole worked collaboratively, professionally. They were very thorough, as you will hear tonight, and they were all very dedicated. So from our larger group, we have a few of those members who are here to share the process and what they recommend. So we have Emily Reynolds, who is our elementary ELA content team leader, and also an instructional coach at Adams Upper Elementary. We have Heather Dennis, who is a 1st and 2nd grade combination teacher at Edison Elementary. We have Matt Furka, who is a 4th grade teacher at Hicks Elementary. And we have Christy Brewster, who is a kindergarten teacher also at Hicks Elementary. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to Emily to get us started.
Where am I pointing? Can you? Sorry, it's going right to that window, I think.
Well, that's what we heard, but you've got a copy.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. Hello and good evening. I'm Emily Reynolds. Perfect. Thank you. Just needed to be a little closer. Okay. As you know, we are in a partnership agreement with the state While developing the partnership agreement, we conducted a comprehensive needs assessment where we reviewed multiple things such as student achievement data and survey data. This data review showed that our ELA achievement data has been declining for the last 5 years. After conducting a survey of current ELA curricular materials being utilized in our kindergarten through 5th grade classrooms, it was evident that multiple resources were being used across classrooms, grade levels, and schools. Based on this information, we included the following in our partnership agreement for elementary ELA. By February 2020, we will begin the adoption process of ELA curriculum, begin creating a scope and sequence for the ELA curriculum, and begin creating common benchmark assessments for ELA curriculum. In our partnership agreement, we included roles and actions by multiple stakeholders. In the agreement, it states that the Wayne-Westland Community School District's Board of Education role and action to be taken in order to meet benchmarks and goals is to approve a new ELA curriculum. Thank you. We wanted to be clear about what we mean when we say curriculum. Sometimes educators refer to curriculum as standards being taught. Sometimes people say curriculum materials or resources. Our working definition is curriculum is based on standards. In Wayne-Westland, we are referring to curriculum as research-based resources provided to teachers that include scope and sequence, materials for students, assessments, and easy-to-use instructional materials for teachers. In August 2018, staff were presented with data from our state, county, and district to begin to understand the statewide and district literacy crisis. In October 2018, staff were given an opportunity to join the ELA curriculum adoption team through an application process. Having knowledge of the urgency and importance of our work, we had applications and then representation from every elementary and upper elementary school and from every grade level, kindergarten through 6th grade. We also had instructional coaches and principals on the team. At this point, our team consisted of 27 members. As the elementary ELA content team leader, I facilitated this work alongside Kate Roll. Not only did we have a large team of Wayne-Westland staff, we also had outside partners who worked with us. We want to thank our partners we have had throughout this process. We worked collaboratively with Bridget Regan from Wayne-Risa and Ellen Moore from Wayne-Risa, Laura Frey Greathouse from MyExcel, and Paul Schumer from MDE. Our RISA and MyExcel partners supported the work by thought partnering about the process, offering input, and fulfilling their expectations from the partnership agreement. Our MDE partners supported our work by working with us as we wrote grants for 21H grants to be used to pay for professional development. The support of these partners has been invaluable to the process and has made it a truly collaborative effort, so thank you. The major steps in the process are included here and are the steps we use when we adopt any curriculum. During the 2017-2018 school year, a comprehensive needs assessment was conducted and the results showed a need for a new elementary ELA curriculum. This was written into the partnership agreement. After the team was formed, our work began in November 2018 when we reviewed best practices in ELA. This is a key piece of the work and I will describe it in more detail on the next slide. In January 2019, 4 publishers presented their materials to the team. Before the publishers came to us through collaboration with RISA and state partners, we gathered information about materials being used for ELA instruction from districts across the state and county. We reviewed national research by reviewing Ed Reports and What Works Clearinghouse to choose all programs to review. Over a dozen resources were researched before we narrowed it down to 5 resources to review. The 5 resources we reviewed were Wonders by McGraw-Hill, American Reading Company, Fontes and Pinnell Classroom, Collaborative Classroom, and MESA, the current resource that was provided to the staff in August 2013. A nationally recognized comprehensive tool called the EQUIP rubric was used throughout the process to analyze all the components of all the programs and ultimately determining which 2 programs we would pilot. From February 2019 until May 2019, 33 teachers piloted 2 sets of materials. They were Collaborative Classroom and Wonders. We conducted another thorough review based on the criteria to determine our recommendation today. All of the tools that we used and our work was archived and shared with Curriculum Council monthly throughout the piloting process, including the academic return on investment that I believe was also shared with you previously. On May 21st, 2019, We presented the recommendation to Curriculum Council and they approved it unanimously. Throughout the entire process, we grounded our work in research, including essential instructional practices in literacy, guaranteed and viable curriculum, Common Core state standards, Hess's cognitive rigor matrix, and culturally relevant texts. This helped build a foundation for the need and provide a common understanding of how we would choose and evaluate a program. Our recommendation to the board tonight is to adopt Wonders by McGraw-Hill for all kindergarten through 5th grade classrooms, and Being a Writer by Collaborative Classroom for all kindergarten and 1st grade classrooms. Wonders scored exemplar in every area assessed in every grade. Collaborative Classroom is a rigorous year-long curriculum for students in grades K through 6 that addresses the core reading, writing, and speaking and listening skills that students need while fostering their growth as caring, collaborative, and principled people. One module of collaborative literacy, Being a Writer, is needed for kindergarten and 1st grade. The rest of the team represented here today will describe the 2 programs, starting with Heather Dennis.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having me. The Teacher's Edition of Wonders, which is also available digitally for teachers, provides comprehensive support and guidance for small group instruction, including differentiation for all students, integrated English language learner support, and weekly social emotional learning lessons. Wonders offers options for teachers to customize our lessons to build strong readers and writers in grades kindergarten through 5th grade, with flexible pathways to meet a variety of classroom needs, a wealth of resources to support the units of study, and unitize student and teacher materials that include complex, authentic text and a focus on closed reading and text evidence. Wonders empowers educators to find our own balance instructional path while providing rigorous instruction. As we know, work around Hess matrix has been and will continue to be a major focus in Wayne-Westland. One thing that stood out above the rest with Wonders is that depth of rigor expected of our students is available in the Teacher's Edition to take the guesswork out of it for teachers. An interactive student edition, which they call the Reading Writing Companion, ensures students master the closed reading routine, respond to the shared read, apply skills and strategies, talk, cite text evidence, and write. The Reading Writing Companion provides regular opportunities that require students to work at higher levels of rigor. Each student will also have their own copy of the common text in an anthology. This includes a collection of rich stories and informational selections by award-winning authors and illustrators. Now, I'd like to turn it over to Matt Furka to continue describing Wonders.
Once again, good evening, board and community, and Dr. Holt. Here are some of the plethora of hands-on materials that can be provided to each of us to utilize throughout the lessons. They can be used in whole group instruction, small group instruction, independently, and continual reference for both teachers and students. Additionally, there is a variety of assessments available that can be used within a balanced assessment system. As our district assessment system team prepares their recommendations for assessments needed at each level, these tools will be an integral part in supporting our teachers and students in order to assess student learning and future needs. As you know, Wayne-Westland places a high emphasis on social emotional learning. We were pleased to discover that Wonders partners with Sesame Street Workshop to provide an integrated approach to social and emotional learning skills within the Wonders curriculum. Key SEL foundations are sequenced through 3 interrelated strands: approaches to learning, social and emotional development, and executive function. Our Climate, Culture, and Social Emotional Learning Department reviewed the SEL portion of the materials. They found that they align with our current focus on social emotional learning and the SEL standards. Wonders will support our work in this area. Wonders also brings the best in blended learning to our classrooms. Every single print resource is also available digitally, and the digital workspace includes thousands more readers, hundreds of games, interactive text, videos, songs, a digital writer's notebook, research projects, and a myriad of optional resources to extend every lesson to respond to the student's interests. In grades 2 through 6, students can practice responsible use of social media and a controlled setting focused on core academic content. And now I'd like to turn the presentation over to my Hicks colleague, Christy Brewster, to wrap up our recommendations and explain the need for being a writer for kindergarten and first grade.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for having me tonight. In addition to the adoption of Wonders, our recommendation includes a program called Being a Writer for kindergarten and first grade. The writing instruction in Being a Writer is more developmentally appropriate with our young learners in kindergarten and first grade, especially considering where our students enter with typically little to no experience in reading or writing. More daily writing practice that is open-ended for teachers to support students and scaffold them through their writing development is provided with the Being a Writer program. Being a Writer has a smoother, more developmentally appropriate, and best practice-driven instructional design for lower elementary that develops the student as a writer. We believe this will provide the foundation needed for students to be successful writers in grades 2 and beyond. This slide showcases all of the curriculum materials that are associated with being a writer. Being a Writer, along with Wonders, aligns to our expectations of curricular materials needed to teach a guaranteed and viable curriculum for kindergarten through 5th grade. Since we are a partnership district, we are able to apply for 21H funds through the state. We applied for and received funds to pay for teachers to attend professional learning and to develop the work of our next steps. All Michigan schools are eligible to apply for early literacy grant funds. We utilized these funds to purchase a qualified expense of small group reading instruction materials. This allowed us to maximize our grant funds and purchase only what was necessary for the ELA curriculum with general funds. Over the course of implementation, the total cost per kindergarten and first grade student is approximately $40 per student per year and $34 for 2nd grade through 5th grade. Moving forward, our next steps will include summer work and professional development, and our summer work is expected to start tomorrow when we will begin to align priority standards to our scope and sequence and analyze benchmark assessments to use as common benchmark assessments. We also have professional development already scheduled for August 5th through 8th, 2019 for classroom teachers, resource teachers, and instructional coaches. We currently have 116 teachers signed up for these sessions. As we understand that this is during summer break, we will also host an after-school session once school starts. We have 30 teachers currently signed up for that session. We will also have continued professional learning with the Wonders professional development trainer and the instructional coaches throughout the year. We will also have a plan to sustain professional learning for new staff each year. In summary, on behalf of our entire team, we are thrilled to present this recommendation to the board, and we do look forward to your feedback. Thank you for listening tonight, and we want to open it up for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Is there a motion on this agenda item?
So moved.
Moved by Madell. Is there support? Support by Melody. Is there discussion? Any discussion?
I just have something to say, and I want to thank every one of you for giving up the extra time that you had to in order to accomplish this goal for our district. Because I know this was on your own time, after school, sometimes weekends when you have to put in the extra work. So I frankly appreciate all your efforts.
You get a lot of emails from the different publishers on their curriculum, and they're trying to communicate with the Board of Education and give us some insight as to what the different curricula offers. And as you were going through the process, I'd like for someone to respond to how does this curriculum compare to what we were using? I'd first of all like to know how it compares, and be brutally honest with what we were using, and then how it compares with the other offerings that you looked at, the last 4.
To be frank, there's no comparison because there was nothing for us to use. There was no set curriculum for.
Please, everyone, let's let the speaker.
There was no set curriculum for the district. Some schools Some grades had collaborative classrooms, some schools used MESA units, some grades pulled from teacher paid teacher, some grades pulled from whatever they could find that's 15 or years old. So this is the best wrapped up package that we found after going through the 5 curriculums. If, as a teacher, you look through your teacher edition, everything you need for the day, for the student, for the week, is spelled out for you. Every standard is addressed. The standards are listed in the weekly lesson plans that are given to you. And this isn't just reading. This is reading, writing, vocabulary, grammar, spelling, all in one place. It's also all in one place for the students. The students receive an anthology of books that is relatively thick that they get to own. And I found in my own experience since I piloted the program, for the students to have that book in front of them was important. They responded that they had their own materials to use. They responded that they had their own workbook to use. And I personally will share my data. I tested that, I started piloting the day after my winter NWA scores, and I ended piloting the day before my spring NWA scores. And my proficiency went up to over 75% in reading in that little bit of time. So I have proof in the pudding that it works. And because at Hicks, the 3 4th grade teachers and the 2 kindergarten teachers did it with fidelity, and we saw these kind of results across the board. It is just ready-made for success. And like it was mentioned, as teachers, we're really concerned with raising our DOK levels and our rigor. And you can go through, and sometimes you're a teacher, kids are talking and whatever, then you look down in the bottom corner and it says, you need to raise your rigor, ask these questions. You need to raise it more, ask these questions. It's all built in. And that's what we were most impressed with, that the goals of Wayne-Westland are built in one book. I don't have to have 15 TEs to try to get the job done. The kids don't have to have 15 things to put in a book box. They get one workbook, one anthology, and we're good to go.
Matt, I also noticed that when we reconfigured the school buildings K-5, it seems like every one of these curricula was K-5.
Right, it was. And we did have 5th grade team members on board, so it would be set that to make sure that this was adequate for the 5th grade students coming to our buildings. And I had an extra bonus because I'm moving to 5th grade that I was prepared to see that it was adequate for my incoming students.
Thank you very much. I also would like to say that I had the opportunity to sit in on a meeting that typically a board member would not sit in on. It was the working group that was dealing with the Michigan Department of Education. And what I saw was a Michigan Department of Education that frankly could not be happier with the direction that we're going in. They were very supportive. The person in charge of the program actually came to the school to be a part of the meeting, which certainly shows that they're fully vested in this work. And it's not just a bureaucratic effort, but rather they mean to see and they want us to achieve real results, and they're very happy with the direction that we're going in. So if there's no more discussion, we have a motion to approve, support, roll call vote.
Mrs. Medell,
Yes.
Dr. Weaver,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
myself, yes. Mr. Cox?
Yes.
5 yea, 2 absent.
Good work, thank you. The next item on the agenda, 329.19, is review and approval of business service and finance items. Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, President Cox. I am going to pass items A, B, and C over to our Director of Finance, Mr. Kling, and he will share more information with you.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, did we miss a committee report?
I'm noticing that too, excuse me, Ms. Simmons. We had a little bit of, what we want to do is we want to hear a finance committee report, Ms. Shelby. before we move on to the next items on the agenda. So I'm going to turn this over, excuse me.
Mr. President, with all due respect, there's people who can't hear this meeting because it's not being broadcast in the other room. Could you please relocate to a larger venue or fix that problem?
No, is the answer to that question. I cannot do either of those
Rights are being
things.
infringed upon.
Let me ask you this, is there any other way that technology can help us? Can we FaceTime this? Can we FaceTime this from in the room?
So, let me help out a little bit. The reason that we can't go to John Glenn is because the people that set up the...
We can't hear you.
I'll wait. The people that actually set up the technology equipment for the microphones in John Glenn, so we could go over to John Glenn, but you wouldn't hear anything then. And so that's where the major issue is with going to Glenn. So right now, because of the unanticipated number of people, we have to work with what we have. So right now, we have improvised and are doing a Facebook live stream, but as we mentioned, the challenge comes in with the Facebook live stream because of the internet. This is part of the reason that we had to get the bond, to be able to fix the technology. See where we're going? So right now, this is the best we have.
Hold on.
What about live?
Like, that doesn't help. That doesn't help.
Can't disenfranchise him. John Glenn, we can talk louder.
Okay, if everyone's willing to have a field trip, we'll have a field trip. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Everyone needs to be heard. Everyone needs to hear what's going on. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn this meeting and we're gonna go to John Glenn and we're all just gonna talk loud. Okay? All right. We're gonna do the best we can. Looking for a working mic.
Look behind you, there's a bunch of them. 10 minutes.
All right, can everyone hear me? Yes. All right. We're going to reconvene this meeting. It's 8:37. The next item on our agenda is 328.19 is Board of Education Finance Committee report. I'm going to recognize Mr. Neal, Secretary, members of the Finance Committee. Wouldn't it be funny if this chair broke?
Oh my goodness.
I wouldn't speak that into you
Okay, Finance Committee's summary. We met on June 11th. Present were Mr. Buckaloo, Don Harris, Dr. Holt, Devin Kling, myself, Bonnie Ferrendo, Mrs. Scott, Mrs. Simmons, Shauna Walker, Cheryl Watson, and Michael Uyghur. A packet of information was given out to all in attendance with copies of the following information. We got the 2018-2019 final budget. We got the 2019-2020 preliminary budget. We got the 2019-2020 tax levy, which has to go to the city so they can collect their taxes. And we got an investment report. Mr. Kling stated that there was a change from the numbers that we saw in May due to some expenditures that weren't showing up in May, but there was no change in the revenue. Mr. Kling talked to Wayne County RESA, who recommended for our upcoming budget that we roll over the current budget for our preliminary 2019-2020 budget. Mr. Kling will be conducting a line item review of the budget, and after the October student count, provide us with a more comprehensive and accurate amendment for approval in November. Thank you. You want that to go over here? Preliminary form L4029 has been sent to all the cities and municipalities involved for taxation. The L4029 delineates what each district receives in local tax revenue from each municipality, including the city of Wayne-Westland, Canton Township, city of Dearborn Heights, city of Inkster, city of Romulus. It went to the county clerk and Wayne County RESA as well. Now, once approved, which is intended to happen tonight, and signed by the board, the form will be resent to those municipalities so they know that we've finally given our approval. The district moved all of its funds from Morgan Stanley to the Michigan Liquid Asset Fund Plus, which is the best place for district funds to be invested. The meeting did adjourn at 12:20 p.m. I would like to note that the committee did review the financial impact of the negotiated contracts, because we're going to be voting on that tonight. And in that review of the financial information as presented, the Finance Committee agreed that for the contract years negotiated, the contracts will be adequately funded while still maintaining our required fund balance.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve the Finance Committee report. Motion by Reader, support.
Support.
Support by Mr. Neal. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Mendel. Yes. Dr. Weaver.
Yes.
Ms. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Neal, yes. And Mr. Cox.
Yes.
5 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. 329.19 is review and approval of business, service, and finance items. Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to talk really loud for a second. I'm going to pass items A, B, and C on to our Director of Finance, Mr. Devin Kling.
Can you hear me? All right, so I gotta try and get this all organized on this tiny paper. So first up is the 18-19 general fund budget. Basically, we're gonna go through revenues first, then expenditures, and how they panned out. If you remember back in May, I did a budget for the general fund. Not much has changed, just a few expenditure changes. Revenues will stay the same, as you'll see. Not much has changed within a month. So going through the revenue, we're still anticipating. We're still anticipating that we're going to see $109 million, $35,000 worth of revenue. Basically, $18 million is going to come from local sources. That's our local taxes, which we're going to be passing. The L4029 today, which that contributes to that packet. And then state sources of $81 million, that's going to be your state aid. That's going to be another bucket for the revenue. Transfers in, federal sources, 47,000, and then transfers in is going to be the food service transfer from one fund to another. All that remains the same as it did in the May one. Moving on to expenditures, basically the increase that we saw across the whole general fund was $881,000 due to salary and benefit increases that weren't in the May budget, but that were later added on. So you're gonna take our overall expenditures from 106,033,000 to 106,914,000. And it kind of breaks down the revenue and the expenditures by function. And within that, it also breaks it down by object code. So objects 1 and 2 being salary and benefits. Objects above that would be all non-salary benefits. So that concludes the general fund budget presentation for 18-19. Can I just move right along to the next one?
I'm going to ask for a motion on 329.19A, approval of the general fund operating budget for 2018-2019. This is the final. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Mr. Neal. Is there support? Support by Ms. Hines. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Dr. Weaver.
Through the chair, Mr. Kling, can you give me some kind of idea of what other central support is, and also added needs on page 49?
All right, let me get there. 1 second.
Added needs 184,340, and other central support, which I don't know what that is $7,650.
So you have, I'm on a different page just because my packet's different, but what, you're on page 49?
Yes.
Of the board agenda? Let me look that up first, sorry.
This is summary of major adjustments and expenditures for 18-19.
I got that. All right, so I'm sorry, say the question again?
What are added needs for $184,340, and also other central support, $7,650?
Okay, so the first part, I know added needs, that's gonna be special ed, VOCAT kind of programs, and that goes through a lot of different things between salary, benefits, and purchase services to supplies and materials for those programs specifically. As far as the other central support, I would have to look into that 7,000 and really give you a better idea of what that is.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
Is there other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Weaver,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
myself, yes. Mrs. Madell,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
5 yea, 2 absent.
Item 329.19 is general fund operating budget. Mr. Klein?
Thank you, President Cox. Moving on now to the general fund 1920 budget. Bear with me here, I have a small table, so I'm trying to make it all work. Moving on to revenues, like it was kind of explained to you guys in the Finance Committee report, we rolled over this year's budget into next year because there's a lot of factors that are unknown to us at the moment. So we don't know where our student count will be next year or where our state aid per pupil amount will be. That will be amended in the fall. When you're working with a budget, you budget with what you know. And that's why they have amendments, so that when the state comes out with that information, you can amend it accordingly so that your number slowly gets more accurate through the year. So with that being said, we're going to move on to page 1 in the budget, which basically is a breakdown of both the revenue and the expenditures by major function group. Again, we're going to see just over $109 million in revenue next year. That will be amended in the fall, like I said, when we get the accurate information. We're going to see about the same on each bucket, like I said, the local group, the state, the federal, and transfers in. What really changed was the expenditures for the 2019-2020 budget. And basically, that was due to the contract negotiations and how they landed, and then also the curriculum that's going to be implemented. The curriculum is going to be paid in 2 years, so it's going to be $350,000, just over $350,000 for 2 years. Other than that, all other increases are due to contract salary benefit increases. So you're going to see on the expenditure side, as a whole, we're going to move from $106 million, just over, so $106,914,000 worth of expenditures, and that will now be, at the end of next year, we're looking at $112,952,000 as a total expenditure. Where you saw a lot of that increase, I gotta get that page, sorry. I like the desk at the board office better. I'm just gonna say that right now. Okay, where you saw a lot of those, you saw a $3 million increase on basic programs. That's gonna be your elementary, middle school, high school. Besides that is also, that chunk has the $350,000 for the curriculum. So besides $350,000, all of that will be due to the contract language. Added needs, $750,000 increase. Like we said earlier, that's going to be special ed and voc ed. Adult education. Oh, there was no, I don't have any increases there. But for a total instruction increase of $3,800,000. Again, this is what we had at the time as far as negotiations. This was a projection. Some contracts were settled, some were on the way to being settled. So this number will change to a finite number in the fall when we do a budget amendment also. So keep that in mind. This is what we had to work with at the time. Like I said, that's what the budget process is. Pupil support saw an increase of $730,000, and instructional staff support saw an increase of $346,000. Overall, the district saw an increase of about $6 million in expenditure across the board, across all function codes. And that would be objects, for the most part, like I said, objects 1 and 2, salary and benefits. So basically what we're looking at is we start the year, we end this year and start next year. We're looking to be at having a fund balance of about $20,950,000, or about 19% of our expenditures. Keep in mind that our fund balance threshold that we want to stay over is 8% fund balance. That means that's going to be $8,500,000, just over $8,500,000. Next year, we're going to see a fund balance of about just over $17 million, $17,035,000. That's a fund balance of 15. So that would be a fund balance, 8% fund balance is what we have to stay above, would be $9,036,000. So that's where we're at with the 2019-20 budget going.
Thank you, Mr. Kling. Chair will entertain a motion on 329.19B. Is there a motion?
Motion approved.
Approved by Mr. Weaver, second by Mr. Neal. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Mr. Neal, yes. Mrs. Madell?
Yes.
And Mr. Cox?
Yes.
5 yea, 2 absent.
Mr. Kling, 329.19, resolution to approve the 2019-2020 tax levy.
Thank you, President Cox. If you look, the L4029 is the form that the school district has to fill out so that you can calculate your millage on your local property taxes. That was part of that local bucket that I talked about earlier. For us, that's about 15 million, so it's significant. If you look at our operating, we're doing the max mills of 18. The debt's going to be 4.48. That's going to be for the new bond. And the sinking fund actually saw a Hadley rollback, which we recalculated with the millage reduction fraction, coming to 0.9892. That's for the sinking fund. You see two because we have one municipality in our school district that collects both summer and winter. And that's why you're also going to notice that those millage rates are cut in half to represent half of it being collected in the summer and half of it being collected in the winter. So that's for the L4029. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kling. Chair is looking for a motion on 329.19C, resolution to approve the 19 to 20 tax levy. Your motion. Moved by Dr. Weaver, support? Support by Ms. Hines. Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call vote.
Ms. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Neal, yes. Mrs. Madell.
Yes.
Dr. Weaver.
Yes.
And Mr. Cox.
Yes.
5 yea, 2 absent.
329.19 on our agenda, section D is recommendation to award the food service management contract. Mr. Kling.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Simmons, excuse me.
Give me a moment to get set up here at the table. As required by the Michigan Department of Education, a request for proposal to provide food service management services was sent to 17 vendors on April 17, 2019. 2 vendors, Aramark Education and Southwest Food Service Excellence, responded to the RFP. Bids were received and opened on May 21st, 2019. Aramark Education's bid price was $1.60 per meal. Southwest Food Service Excellence's bid price was $1.57 per meal. MDE requires that the bids be evaluated on a 100-point scale, where the price per meal is weighted at 51 points and non-price criteria is weighted at 49 points. The non-price criteria considered were ability, skills, experience of the on-site manager, marketing plan, continuous improvement, corporate resources and support, employee training and development, nutrition education, and references from other FSMC clients. The committee consisted of 5 employees. Aramark Education scored 96.17% overall. Southwest Food Service Excellence scored 84% overall. The recommendation to MDE was that the contract be awarded to Aramark Education. As required by MDE, the contract shall be for the period of 1 year, effective July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, with up to 4 one-year renewals. Therefore, I am requesting the board approval to award a 1-year contract for food service management services to Aramark Education.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Madell. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Mrs. Hines. Is there discussion? I'd like to add some discussion with this. Obviously, this is an area that's is very important to the district. You know, what we feed our students during the day. We always want to get the best. This is a contract that is a 1-year contract, and even though we have the opportunity to renew it for subsequent years, the reason it's a 1-year contract is so that the board has the opportunity, if we find something better that will meet the needs of our students, we want to be able to be in a position to act on that. And the superintendent is, that's exactly the direction she's looking at. That's why we don't have a multi-year contract. We want the best for our kids, and we need to be in a position to take advantage of that. So there's a motion support. Roll call vote, please.
Myself, yes. Mrs. Madell. Dr. Weaver.
Yes.
Ms. Hines.
Yes.
And Mr. Cox.
Yes.
5 yea, 2 absent.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Before we go on to the next issue, I'd just like to make a statement. You see on our agenda, for those who have the opportunity to look at it, just a tremendous amount of work done by Mr. Kling. And he was really thrown into the job requiring an amazing contribution. and he's done an exceptional job. And I'm just very pleased, and thank you for all your hard work. Ms. Simmons, we're all looking forward to this item on the agenda, 330.19, a human resource item.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am presenting to you this evening for review and approval Dr. James Anderson for the Wayne Memorial High School principal position. There's a data sheet which can be found on page 84. Outlined on the data sheet reveals that Dr. Anderson possesses a Bachelor of Science from Western Michigan University, a Master of Arts from Michigan State University, and a Doctor of Education from the University of Michigan. He has served as an assistant principal in Farmington Public Schools, and most recently as a principal also at Farmington Public Schools.
Mr. Anderson, would you welcome?
Thank you.
I want you to know that all of our meetings don't necessarily go like this. This is a little bit different.
I will tell you that my observation of this is that it's the first day of summer, right? And so this is passion and dedication. So everybody is here because they love this district and they love what's happening in the schools. And maybe they have some opinions that may differ, but I'm sure we work it out. I'm excited and honored to join this team. Okay. Okay.
I want you to know I think it looks good, but we're going to see it. Do you hear a motion? Motion by Dr. Weaver. Is there support? Or is there discussion? Is there discussion? Roll call vote.
Mrs. Adele? Yes. Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Myself, yes.
It just happened.
Okay.
We have a sheet to review. If you'll give us just a moment.
So before you begin to comment, what we're doing now is we're looking at the data of the schools that you're taking over, just so we know where everyone is starting out. And so, audience, you should all have a sheet that says Wayne Memorial Data Sheet. It was in the packet that had this on the front of it. There are some right here in front of us on the stage. It looks like this. I want to say it's the last page, so you can just flip to the last page if you want to see. So right now, what we are looking at is Dr. Anderson. We are glad to welcome you as the principal of Wayne Memorial High School. I just gave my form to President Cox. Okay. All right. And so we can see that the fall count for that school is 1,708 students. The fall retention was 95%, which indicates a loss of about 86 students between fall and spring count. Free and reduced lunch rate for the school is 62.8%. EL population is 1.4%. You have your demographic information with our African American population making up 36% and our Caucasian population making up 53%. Current referrals is that this year they have a little less than 3,000, which is an increase of 5.8% from the 2017-18 school year, so you know I'll be looking for some kind of reduction in that. Out-of-school suspensions are 342, with a decrease of 31% from last year, which is excellent. Expulsions, we had 1. Student attendance rate is 89.8%. We need to get that, it's a decrease of 0.9% from last year. Chronic attendance rate, these are students who are considered chronically absent. This is now a state of Michigan expectation for all schools and will become part of our measurement for the state of Michigan. Right now, 51.1, where over half of our students are chronically not coming to school. And right now, the M-STEP proficiency for social studies is 42.9%. For mathematics, we have 16.3%, which means that over a little under 84% of our students are not proficient in mathematics, and 42.5% in English and writing, which means that a little over 55% of our students are not proficient. So as we look at Wayne Memorial and the job you have ahead of you, we know that you have a task ahead of you. We want to welcome you to Wayne-Westland.
Thank you.
You don't mind taking the mic, or?
Sure. I just want to.
I'm just kind of improvising tonight.
Okay.
We're going to have a song or something.
You don't want to hear me sing. But I do want to make a quick introduction. My wife is in the crowd, Amy, and she's joined me tonight. And so I am proud to be a zebra. I am excited to be part of Wayne-Westland. I know I've seen a ton of students here tonight, and so, we talked about, Dr. Holt talked about those data points. I think one of the most critical ones is students being in school. And so we need to get everybody to school, and we need to have everybody ready to work while they're there, and we need to make sure we're not sending them home for reasons that are distracting to our mission. So all of those things are things that I'm already working on with our new administrative team, with the team that I'm working with, and with the students. So I'm going to be inviting all of you to help join me in making Wayne Memorial. It's already a great school. We're going to make it even better. I'm proud and I'm excited to join. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir, and welcome. Mrs. Anderson, welcome. Congratulations. The next item on the agenda is 330.19, human resource items regarding Wayne Memorial High School Athletic Director, Ms. Sims.
Thank you, Mr. President. I present to you for review and approval Mr. Jason Malloy for the Wayne Memorial High School Athletic Director position. His data sheet can be found on page 85. You'll see that he possesses a Bachelor of Science from Western Michigan University, a Master of Arts from Central State University. He has served in various roles in Ypsilanti Public Schools, including a 5th and 6th grade teacher, as well as the Dean of Students. And he has served as an athletic director in Westwood Community Schools, and most recently as the District Athletic Director for Southfield Public Schools.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve Mr. Jason Malloy?
Make a motion to approve.
Moved by Dr. Weaver, is there support? Support by Ms. Hines. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Mrs. Madell,
Yes.
Dr. Weaver,
Yes.
Ms. Hines,
Yes.
myself, yes, and Mr. Cox.
Yes.
That's 5 yea, 2 absent.
Motion's there.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we started off really great because my master's was from Central Michigan. I'm glad you said Central State because I'm really a Bronco at heart. I am very excited to be here. I'm a local person. I grew up in Inkster, went to Robichaud High School. I know a lot about Wayne-Westland schools. I live in Westland. I am excited to be a zebra. Any zebras in the house? Just a little bit about me. I was a student athlete who earned a scholarship to play football at the next level at Western Michigan. I know that our district mantra is excellence is the expectation, and we have to make sure that we adhere to that through our athletics as well. Being a student athlete is important. For me, the bottom line for me is they don't care what you know until they know that you care. I'm a relational person. I'm about building relationships through sports as a vehicle to make us better young men, young women, to be leaders in our community. So I look forward to the opportunity. Thank you, Board of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Malloy.
So we also have a data, so here is a data sheet for the Wayne Memorial Athletics Program. Every position in our district is expected to achieve greatness, so we wanted to make sure that everyone knew kind of where Mr. Malloy is starting out with. So the teams you have there are football, boys and girls basketball, and volleyball, and then you have on the back baseball, boys and girls soccer, and softball. We would have included all of them, it just would have taken many more sheets of paper to include all of our sports, but as we were looking at and we're still developing, what are the metrics that you really assess the progress of an athletic director? That's something that Mr. Malloy, Mr. Schomburg, and our team are going to continue to push forward. So thank you for this and welcome.
agenda 330.19 is Hicks Elementary School Assistant Principal, Shannon Brock. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Mrs. Madell, support? Support by Mrs. Hines. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mrs. Madell? And Mr. Cox?
Yes, welcome, Jana Brock.
Mr. President, I would like to take a moment to read through her data sheet that can be found on page 86. Ms. Brock possesses a Bachelor of Science from Eastern Michigan University and Arts of Science at Eastern Michigan University as well. She has served as a counselor and a teacher and a physical education teacher in Naples, Florida. She has served as a physical education teacher and a behavior modification interventionist in Detroit, and most recently she has been working as a K-4 phys ed teacher right here in Wayne-Westland.
As she gets her mic, you each have a data sheet also on Hicks Elementary in your packets. So Hicks Elementary is a school of 340 students. They kept about 87% of their students, so a loss of about 48 students last year. Not about, it was. Free and reduced lunch rate is 88.2% at Hicks. EL population is 4.3%. Hicks is 75% African American, a little less than 14% Caucasian. This year, Hicks had an increase of 33.7% in their referrals from last year at 297, and it's important to note that most of our schools, it's not just at Hicks or Wayne Memorial, most schools experienced an increase in the number of referrals because, as you've heard in other presentations from Dr. Townsell and our CCSEL team, we standardized what each one of the incidents means inside of the system. And so now that everybody's using the same system, we saw an increase because I wanted everything inside of the computer so that we're not saying, oh, we're only going to put these events or we're only going to put those events. No, everything goes inside of MyStar now. And then now we can have accurate data so that we as a district can know what's happening. MSTEP proficiency last year was 10.7%, which means a little less than 90% of our students are not proficient in 3rd grade. Our 4th grade ELA is 5.3%. 18.6% in mathematics in 3rd grade and over 6.5% in math. Student attendance rate is 89.1%, which is a slight increase, which is good. We get the kids to school a little bit more. And chronic absenteeism is at 56%, with out-of-school suspensions at 94%, which is a decrease of a little less than 40%. So, Ms. Brock, you have your work cut out for you. Welcome to Wayne-Westland.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Holt and the Board of Education. I'd like to thank you for this welcome into this amazing district. I also want to thank Mrs. G, the principal at Hicks, for believing me in all these years. I had the ability to work with Miss G as I was interning with her when we worked at Trix Elementary School on the east side of Detroit. So Mrs. G was the principal, and I was fortunate enough to have her as my intern, and then I got to work with her again this year, and now I will be working neck and neck and hand in hand with her this upcoming year, so I'm very fortunate to have that opportunity. I am fortunate to begin my assistant principal career at Hicks Elementary School. There's honestly no place I would rather be. The staff, students, and families at Hicks are truly like no other. We are all a giant family, and for that, I'm beyond grateful.
The next issue on our agenda, 330.19, human resource item, is D, the Edison Hamilton Elementary School Assistant Principal, Joseph Wayne. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Mrs. Madell, supported by Mrs. Hines. Is there any discussion? Roll call vote.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mrs. Madell?
Yes.
And Mr. Cox?
Yes.
5 yea, 2 absent.
Congratulations, Ms. Wayne.
I'm not going to get that good stat sheet.
Yes, I have it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished board, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to come to Wayne-Westland schools. Dr. Holt, I really appreciate this opportunity. I'm looking forward to be working between two elementary schools. They're going to be very dynamic, and I know I'm up for the challenge. I'm very excited. I'm here tonight with my wonderful wife and my little one back there. He's been holding out for this night for you guys. So I'm going to cut it short because he wants to get some his next meal. So once again, thank you very much.
I'd like to take a moment to review Mr. Joseph Lane's data sheet. He possesses a Bachelor of Arts from Siena Heights University, a Master's in Educational Leadership from Concordia University, a Master's degree in Special Education from the University of Michigan. He has worked as a counselor, a teacher, a vice principal, a principal, and most recently as an academic engagement officer with River Rouge Public Schools.
So he, as you have in your packet, I won't read both of these because that's a bit much, but you see he has Edison and Hamilton elementaries. These two elementary schools will be two of our largest next year, with us keeping our fifth graders, which is as well Hicks. So because of the size of these schools and the needs that we have to improve student achievement, that is why these two schools are getting these three schools, I should say, are getting assistant principals. Both of them will be right at or above the 500 student mark, which if you've been a principal, you know that's kind of a tipping point. When you get over 500 kids by yourself in a building as a principal, it's a bit much. And that's not to say it can't be done. I'm not just admonishing those who have done it. I get it, but it doesn't have to be done that way. And so both of these schools' sheets are in your packet, but a couple of things to point out is that the proficiency at Edison right now is at a little under 23% for third grade ELA, 29% for fourth grade ELA, and for third grade and fourth grade math, they're at about 17 and 21% respectively. That was an increase this year. And for Hamilton, we're looking at about 32% proficiency in third grade, 21% in English language arts in fourth grade, and 26 and 16% for third and fourth grade math proficiency. So as we keep our eye on the main thing, which is student achievement, we just have to know where are we starting so that we know where we can go. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holt. Next item on our agenda is 330.19, Section D, which is the Director of District Programs and Special Projects. Do I hear a motion on the addition of Tara Shamey, Dr. Tara Shamey? Moved by Mr. Neal, support? Support by Mrs. Hines. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Dr. Weaver?
Is this a newly created position?
Yes, this position is newly created.
Please. Is there further discussion? Roll call vote.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Mr. Neal? That's me, eh? Yes. Mrs. Madell? Dr. Weaver?
No.
And Mr. Cox?
Yes. Congratulations. Where is that?
That was, by the way, that was 4 yea, wasn't it? 2 absent.
Still congratulations.
I haven't seen her. Dr. Shamey, are you here?
Dr. Shamey went home with Channel 7, I think. Okay, well, welcome, Dr. Shamey.
So what I will say about her position is particularly around the partnership agreement and ensuring that between the partnership agreement and the blueprint, which we are a part of as part of our partnership agreement because of having 3 consecutive years of declining student achievement prior to my arrival, Mrs. Shamey will be looking at coordinating a lot of those efforts to ensure we're not duplicating efforts and that things are getting done on time and in the right way.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda, 330.19, is the non-renewal of instructional contracts. Is there a motion? Is there a motion to approve? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Neal. Is there support? Is there support?
Support.
Support by Dr. Weaver. Is there discussion?
I have some questions.
Mrs. Mandel?
When it says non-renewal of instructional contracts, what are we referring to? Are we referring to the people who have been pink slipped because of drop of enrollment?
Yes, can I respond to this, Mr. President? So if you turn to page 17, there are 5 teachers that fall under this resolution, and they are labeled under layoffs. And yes, the reason is the reduction in enrollment and the reduction in teaching staff as a result. In the past, we have been able to recall all of our elementary teachers in this role, and so while I cannot guarantee, I anticipate being able to recall at minimum the 3 elementary teachers who are listed on this out of the 5.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Is there further discussion? Roll call vote?
Myself, yes. Mrs. Madell?
Yes.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
No.
And Mr. Cox?
Yes.
You have 4 yes, 1 no, 2 absent.
Motion passes.
Yes.
Next item on our agenda, 330.19, Section G. Ms. Simmons.
I am presenting to you tonight, Mr. President, I'm requesting board ratification of the tentative agreement reached with the paraprofessionals, or WWAP. They ratified their contract actually today, June 17th. The terms and conditions of the proposed 3-year successor agreement will help improve our ability to attract and retain paraprofessional staff throughout the district. As I continue to read these data sheets as we go down the list, there were some language changes in the contract, but the overarching need for this round of contracts was salaries and compensation. So the salary is the item that I have highlighted in these summaries to present to you. So for paraprofessional staff, for the 1920 school year, an entry-level step has been created for employees who were hired on or after January 1st, 2019, and all new hires coming into the district. Step 1 will receive a $1 per hour increase. Steps 2 through 6 will receive a $1.50 per hour increase, and steps 7 through 10 will receive a $2 per hour increase. The salary schedule will increase by 3% in the 2021 school year, and then again in the 21-22 school year. Steps will be frozen for the duration of this contract. Paraprofessionals who meet the MDE requirements and hold a current substitute permit may choose to serve as a substitute teacher in their assigned classrooms in the absence of a substitute teacher. These employees will receive an additional $50 for a full day, $25 for a half day, or $10 per hour for assignments less than a full day. This will also help with our sub-shortage issue throughout the district. Again, paraprofessional WAP members ratified the tentative agreement on June 17th, 2019. If ratified by the Board of Education tonight, the agreement will be effective upon the expiration of the current agreement, July 1st, 2019, and expire on June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Is there a motion on the Wayne-Westland Association of Paraprofessionals Contract Agreement?
Motion to accept.
Motion by Dr. Weaver, supported by Ms. Hines. Is there discussion? Roll call vote.
Mrs. Madell?
Yes.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Cox?
Yes.
5 yeas, 2 absent.
Congratulations. Next item on our agenda is 330.19, Section H. Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I present to you for review and approval the WWEA tentative agreement. So tonight I'm requesting board ratification of the tentative agreement reached with the MEA WWEA, or our teachers, on June 4th, 2019. The terms and conditions of the proposed 2-year successor agreement will help improve our ability to attract and retain WWEA staff. Salary for the 1920 school year, entry-level steps have been increased to $40,000 for BA lane, $42,000 for the master's lane, and the double master's is now at $44,000. The 1920 salary schedule reflects a 4.8% increase for the BA lane and a 5% increase for the master's and double master lanes over the 18-19 salary schedule. For the 1920 school year, WWEA employees will be placed on the 1920 salary schedule step based on his or her years of WWEA service in Wayne-Westland Community Schools. In 2021, employees will advance one step, and employees on the top step will receive a 2% increase over the 1920 salary schedule. 1 additional rider per K6 building and 2 additional riders per 712 building have been added. These riders, the use of these riders will be determined by each building's needs. The attendance bonus, which provides the opportunity for employees to sell back unused sick days, has been retained for both years of this agreement. The $2,500 retention bonus has been eliminated. MEA WWEA members ratified the tentative agreement on June 4th. If ratified by the Board of Education tonight, the agreement will be effective upon the expiration date of the current agreement, August 23rd, 2019, and expire on August 22nd, 2021.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. As the chair here,
Privilege statement, please. I will have to absent myself to this part of the vote as I have a wife working in the district.
thank you, Dr. Weaver. Does the chair hear a motion on the Wayne-Westland Education Association 2-year contract agreement?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Liddell, support by Mr. Neal. Is there a roll call vote?
Mrs. Madell.
Yes.
Dr. Weaver is abstaining. Ms. Hines.
Yes.
Mr. Neal, yes, and Mr. Cox.
Yes.
4 yea, 1 abstain, 2 absent. Passed.
I'm almost as happy as we are. 330.19, section I.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight I am requesting board ratification of the tentative agreement reached with the MEA Local 4, which is comprised of our custodians, food service, student monitors, and transportation groups. They ratified their contract also today on June 17th. The terms and conditions of the proposed 3-year successor agreement will also help improve our ability to attract and retain Local 4 staff. Custodial salary for the 1920 through 21-22 salary schedule reflects a 0% increase over the 18-19 salary schedule for steps 1 through 7. Step 8, the top step, reflects a 4% increase each year of the 3-year contract. Beginning with 1920, all half steps have been eliminated, thereby shortening the amount of time that it takes employees to progress upon the pay scale. Employees will advance 1 step each year of the 3-year agreement. Retention bonus for custodians, $500 for 0 to 5 years of service, $1,000 for 6 to 9 years of service, and $2,000 for 10 or more years of service. These bonuses will be paid in the form of 2 off-schedule payments each year of the 3-year agreement and will help retain our existing talent. Food service and student monitors, we added July 4th holiday pay for those employees who work before and after July 4th. Food service employees with less than 25 standard hours per week are not eligible for half of the longevity bonus, which was already included in the contract. We maintain the 2-tier salary schedules. So we have 2 tiers for those hired prior to 2005 and those hired after. The 1920 salary schedule reflects a 4% increase over the 18-19 salary schedules. The 2021 salary schedule reflects a 5% increase, and the 21-22 salary schedule reflects a 4% increase. There will be no step movement for the duration of this 3-year agreement. Retention bonus for food service and student monitors is $600 for 0 to 5 years of service, $1,100 for 6 to 9 years, and $1,600 for 10 or more years of service. Transportation, we also added the 4th of July holiday. We eliminated the attendance incentive bonus. We reinstated vacation pay for employees hired prior to 2005. For 1920, half steps have been removed from the salary schedule. The bottom 2 steps have also been eliminated, and the top step has been increased by $1. Additionally, employees have been placed on a step based on his or her years of service with Wayne-Westland Community Schools. The 2021 salary schedule represents a 0% increase from the 1920 salary schedule. Employees will advance 1 step. For 21-22, the top step has been increased by 50 cents, and there is no increase for steps 1 through 6. Employees will advance 1 step on the salary schedule. Retention bonus for food service student monitors is $500 for 0 to 5 years, $1,000 for 6 to 9, and $1,700 for 10 or more years. MEA Local 4 members ratified the tentative agreement today, June 17th. If ratified by the Board of Education tonight, the agreement will be effective upon the expiration of the current Local 4 agreement, July 1st, 2019, and expire on June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Does the chair hear a motion on the MEA Local 4 contract agreement?
Motion to accept.
Support.
Motion by Dr. Weaver, support by Mrs. Hines. Is there discussion? Roll call vote.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mrs. Madell?
Yes.
And Mr. Cox?
Yes.
5 yea, 2 absent.
Resolution. 330.19, Human Resources item, is the MEA Brotherhood of Special Skills Contract Agreement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight I'm requesting board ratification of the tentative agreement reached with the MEA BOSS or skilled trade employees on June 14, 2019. The terms and conditions of the proposed 3-year successor agreement will help improve our ability to attract and retain BOSS staff. The Tier 2 salary schedule has been eliminated. All second-tier BOSS employees, those hired after July 1st, 2009, have been moved to the Tier 1 salary schedule and placed on the step which corresponds with his or her years of service with Wayne-Westland Community Schools. The 2021 salary schedule represents a 2% increase over the 1920 salary schedule. The 21-22 salary schedule represents a 2% increase over the 2021 salary schedule. BOSS employees will advance 1 step in 2021 and in 21-22. In recognition of BOSS longevity, non-certified BOSS employees will receive a $1,500 bonus, and employees who have a state licensed journeyman or possess a bachelor's degree in a related field will receive $6,800. These bonuses will be paid in the form of 2 off-schedule payments each year of the 3-year agreement and will help retain our existing talent. Again, MEA BOSS members ratified the tentative agreement on June 14. If ratified by the Board of Education tonight, the agreement will be effective upon the expiration of the current BOSS agreement, July 1st, 2019, and expire on June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Does the chair hear a motion on item J, the MEA BOSS contract agreement?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Madell. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Mr. Neal. Is there discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call vote.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mrs. Madell?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
5 yea, 2 absent.
Congratulations. Next item on our agenda is item K, under 330.19, which is the Wayne-Westland Educational Secretaries Association Contract Agreement. Ms. Simmons.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Tonight I'm requesting board ratification of the tentative agreement reached with the MEA, LISA, which are secretaries, on June 3rd, 2019. Again, there's a trend here. It's all about attracting and retaining staff in Wayne-Westland, but the terms and conditions of the proposed 3-year successor agreement will help us achieve that goal. Salary for the 1920 school year, the LISA salary schedule will be increased by $1 on each grade and step. The salary schedule will not be increased during the 2021 school year. However, LISA employees will receive a $1,000 retention bonus. The bonus will be paid in the form of 2 off-schedule payments during the 2021 school year. For the 21-22 school year, the salary schedule will be increased by $1 on each step and grade. Employees will advance 1 step on the salary schedule for each year of this agreement. MEA LISA members ratified the tentative agreement on June 3rd, 2019. If ratified by the Board of Education tonight, the agreement will be effective upon the expiration of the current agreement, July 1st, 2019, and expire on June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Does the chair hear a motion on the Wayne-Westland Educational Secretaries Association Contract Agreement?
Support.
Moved by Dr. Weaver, supported by Ms. Hines. Is there discussion? Roll call vote.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mrs. Madell?
Yes.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
And Mr. Cox?
Yes.
5 yea, 2 absent.
Congratulations. Next item on the agenda is item I, under 309.19, which is the Wayne-Westland Building Administrators Association Contract Agreement. Mrs. Simmons.
Thank you again, Mr. President. Tonight I'm requesting board ratification of the tentative agreement reached with WABA, or our building administrators, on June 6, 2019. The terms and conditions of the proposed 3-year agreement will again help our ability to attract and retain staff. Salary for the 1920 school year, the steps on the administrator's salary schedule were reduced from 8 to 4, and the salaries were aligned with the Wayne County average. During the 2021 and 21-22 school years, the salary schedule will remain the same as it was during 1920, and members will advance 1 step each year. Building administrators ratified the tentative agreement on June 6, 2019. If ratified by the Board of Education tonight, the agreement will be effective upon the expiration of the current agreement, July 1st, 2019, and expire on June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Does the chair hear a motion on the Wayne-Westland Building Administrators Association Contract Agreement?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Hines, supported by Mrs. Madell. Is there discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Myself, yes. Mrs. Madell?
Yes.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
And excuse me, Mr. Cox?
Almost got a promotion.
Almost.
Yes. Yes. Next item on the agenda is 330.19, item M, which is the Wayne-Westland Central Office Administrators Association Contract Agreement. Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last one. Tonight, I am requesting board ratification of the tentative agreement reached with the central office administrators on, actually today, June 17th. The terms and conditions of this 3-year successor agreement will also help attract and retain staff. For the 1920 school year, the bottom 2 steps of the 18-19 salary schedule have been eliminated. Employees currently on steps 1 and 2 will advance to step 3, which has been renumbered as step 1. Additionally, 2 steps were added to the top of the salary schedule and represent a 5% increase at each step. 9 central office administrator positions were moved to a higher classification. Employees will advance 1 step each year of the 3-year agreement. The members ratified the tentative agreement on June 17, 2019. If ratified by the Board of Education tonight, the agreement will be effective upon the expiration of the current central office administrator agreement July 1st, 2019, and expire on June 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Simmons. Is the chair hear a motion on the Wayne-Westland Central Office Administrators Association Contract Agreement?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Hines. Is there support?
Support.
Support by Mr. Neal. Is there discussion? Roll call vote.
Mrs. Madell?
Yes.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Myself, yes, and Mr. Cox?
Yes.
5 yeas, 2 absent.
Congratulations, Ms. Simmons. I think you're off the hook. Next item on our agenda, 331.19, is the review and approval of the Michigan High School Athletic Association membership resolution.
We are asked, this is on pages 91 and 92 of your current board packet. We are asking the board to approve the Michigan High School Athletic Association membership resolution for the 1920 school year and to waive the need to read the entire closed resolution.
Okay, we're waiving the need to read. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Madell, support.
Support.
Support by Ms. Hines. Is there discussion? Roll call vote.
Mrs. Madell? Dr. Weaver? Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Myself, yes, and Mr. Cox?
Yes.
5 yeas, 2 absent.
Next item on our agenda this evening, 322.19, is the Head Start monthly report. Mrs. Madell.
As required by federal law, each of you has received the latest financial report. I need a motion to accept this report.
Does the chair hear a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Hines, support.
Support.
Support by Mr. Neal. There's a discussion on the monthly report. Roll call vote.
Dr. Weaver?
Yes.
Ms. Hines?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mrs. Madell? And Mr. Cox?
Yes, motion passes. Next item on our agenda, 333.19, is the superintendent's report. Dr. Holt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to our Board of Education for all of our contracts. This is going to make a huge difference in our ability to attract and retain personnel for Wayne-Westland, which has been a struggle for several years. I also would like to offer this moment to offer a huge thank you, and I don't even know if she's still in here. Tanya Karpinski, are you still in here? She headed back, okay. Mrs. Karpinski is our MEA UNISERV director. And it was through her work and her, quite frankly, very candid conversation she had with me upon my arrival that I was able to understand a bit more about what happened during our last negotiations. And when she sent me pretty much on the hunt for where's the money, she kept asking me, where's the money? I was like, I don't know, let me figure it out. It took me a couple of years to figure it out, and I made the very bold statement, unbeknownst to me, of what our financial situation really could be, that I would not be the superintendent to sit here and not give raises. having been a teacher, and being the first superintendent. I know people like to talk about me being the first African American. Quite frankly, I'm kind of done with that. Really, I am the first teacher to sit in this seat that has actually taught a comprehensive school in over 2 decades. I am the first person who is an actual principal that has sat in this seat. And I say that to say, yes, I am going to approach things very differently when I am being asked to be accountable for everything, improve student results. I am not, unfortunately, I am not here to make very many friends. I'm here to make change. I'm here to ensure that our children are educated appropriately, that our educators are compensated appropriately, and that we are moving the district in the right direction. I have 2 things that I can influence in doing that. I can influence working conditions, and I can influence salaries. Today, we were able to influence salaries. I understand that there are folks that would like to take this moment away from our teachers and our employees, but this today is about almost a decade. It's not over a decade, it's almost a decade of folks being teachers in our district and qualifying for public assistance. That's not okay. I don't care how you look at it, that's not okay. Today we corrected that. We're making a difference for the students and families in Wayne-Westland, and I'm so proud to be a part of this team. There are several people and several things that we are planning on doing for next year. One is a shift of a focus on student attraction and retention. So we did what we could right now, and now it's up to our community to really move forward with what's happening with our educators. But it really is about, for visual and performing arts, athletics, and activities, we need to really look at those programs and ensure that we are doing everything possible to attract and retain the students that want to come and are willing to be here in Wayne-Westland. We have to increase participation. We also have to increase funding. There's a huge gap in my finances when I looked at my finances the first time. The gap was visual and performing arts. And if we're going to actually have the arts, we have to fund the arts. And so next year, I've actually begun to shift some of our executive cabinet positions. One of them is Dr. Townsell's position, to really help us focus on student attraction and the activities that students want here in the Wayne-Westland School District. The final thing I'll comment on is sustainability. These contracts are not sustainable if we continue to lose children. I have to say that again. They are not sustainable if we continue to lose students in our district, meaning that we will be back in 2 years for concessions if we continue to lose children in our district. The other thing is, these contracts are not sustainable if we do not drastically improve student achievement. This was said multiple times at multiple of the bargaining tables, and while I do not have the pleasure of sitting at the bargaining table either, I kind of get the information afterwards, and I get bits and pieces. I don't want to know all the ins and outs. I want to see it once it's all done, because there's a lot going on in there. But at the end of the day, every group made it very clear that we as a district are not going to be able to maintain these contracts if we do not have a positive reputation in the community, if we do not continue to keep kids, and we don't improve the results of students learning, which is measured by the MSTEP and the state of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Holt. The next item on our agenda is citizens' comments, 334.19. We are going to hear from every single person who'd like to address the board, and we're not going to be able to do it with the paper. If you filled out the paper and you'd like to address the board, just raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you, and you can address the board. We have 3 minutes, talk about anything you want to talk about. If those zebras would like to come down, we'll okay. Yes.
Go ahead. My name is Kushi Patel. I'm from the class of 2021 at Wayne-Westland High School. Good evening, board members, families, teachers, and students. My name is Kushi Patel, and I'm a rising junior at Wayne-Westland High School. I've been involved in the district all of my life, from Taft, Adams, Franklin, and now continuing my academics at Wayne. The news has followed me on many different platforms at our school about the leave of our 2 principals and the variety of decisions that are being made by the board. As Mr. Weber has already found a new opportunity for himself when that was his choice in regards to a previous opportunity being fictitious because his capability is well beyond the job that is offered through our district, I can simply say that I am glad and thankful for everything that he has accomplished and the expectation he has set for future generations at Wayne. Next, as a superintendent, you should be present at events that honor students and are oftentimes milestones that we have strived for. Dr. Holt has made an appearance at Senior Honors Night, JROTC Change of Command, Undergrad Honors, Zebra Safari, and the Upward Bound Banquet. In addition, she also left early at seniors graduation. Everyone has priorities, but your priorities should also include attendance at the district that you are a leader. Dr. Holt has neglected and shown slight respect to Wayne Memorial students. As for Ms. Russo being transferred, I am still trying to grasp dissatisfaction and disappointment that I am facing. For many years of her being the Senate sponsor, one thing that she has taught her senators is how to be a leader. I am currently exec vice president, and from the 2 years of instruction on roles and duties, I can tell that the decisions that are being made do not fit the concerns of families and students, nor do they acquire leadership qualities. Elementary level position not only shows the substandard characteristics of our people making exec decisions, but it shows the faulty intentions. Marshall already has an assistant principal who could easily take that position because they have the expertise in upper elementary management. My question is, why are you replacing the person that's experienced in high school admin to an elementary school? Furthermore, as Marshall will be closing the following year of Russo's arrival, these actions are only seen as moving Russo down from a position of authority in which she has proven to dedicate her time to support students, families, and other colleagues. Counter-arguments. In addition, countless amount of staff members have left the district. Some of the staff at Wayne Memorial has made legendary imprints on students. And because of the worthless changes, these staff members have moved to more superior jobs. The actions that are being made are not only changing the framework of our schools, but is changing the way our students will prosper. Our administration is what has brought together Wayne to be more unified through adversity. My perspective matters, my belief matters, my voice matters. These decisions need to be reconsidered and happening now. The ineffectiveness of our board administration shows the outrage that some of the most talented students are presented here with tonight. Those who are the superiors, such as Dr. Hall, are not the foundation. The students in this district are the foundation of success.
Hello, my name is Miriam Mendoza, and I will be speaking on behalf of Siobhan Patel, graduate of the class of 2018. Greetings, board, students, families, and faculty of our schools. My name is Siobhan Patel. I graduated just last year, and I am currently a rising sophomore at Duke University. I wish I could be present to deliver this statement, but I am currently in North Carolina participating in an internship. There have been major changes that have occurred since Superintendent Holt has taken over, and I don't want to spend this precious time at this board meeting listing off the atrocities, to put it lightly, that have occurred to my school, my community, and my family. I simply want to remind everyone of the speech I wrote and delivered at Senior Honors and use it as a tool to express my frustration and actions of Dr. Holt. I believe Dr. Holt should be very familiar with this speech since she was present at honor ceremony and referenced it in her speech at graduation last year. In my speech, I referred to my fear of not being prepared for the future, the challenges and dilemmas I will have to face going off to college and learning to become a virtuous man. However, there's something special at Wayne Memorial that I shared during my speech at honor ceremony that helped me crush and overcome this fear. And I quote, "The teachers of Wayne Memorial have done an exceptional job of teaching curriculum and working with students to help them get where they want to be, and I cannot thank them enough. They have taught us to be more than good students. They taught us to be good people. I can guarantee that every student can agree with me that the teachers of Wayne are more than just teachers. They are mentors, leaders, and most of all, family. Yes. They do everything in their power to help us to get where we need to be and to be better people. End quote. Let me first correct myself and say that when I say teachers, this also includes administration. To make it explicit, that includes people like my principals, Lindsay Russo and Kevin Weber. It is sad that I made this speech only a year ago, and it doesn't seem like it applies anymore. Dr. Holt, in your speech that you delivered at my graduation just last year, you referenced my speech quoting the artist Kendrick Lamar saying, "We gonna be all right." Do you still believe in this statement? Because I feel less and less confident in this mantra because of your actions. The reason I wrote this was because I love my sister who attends Wayne Memorial High School. I love my community and I love my family, which includes the staff of Wayne Memorial High School, and I appreciate the time that was allocated to this statement. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Trent Griffith. I've been in Wayne-Westland School. I've been in the Wayne-Westland School District my entire life. I attended Schweitzer Elementary, Adams Upper Elementary, Franklin Middle School, and I'm currently entering my senior year at Wayne Memorial High School. Up until high school, I was disinterested in what the school board or even the administration of my own school did as far as what their job actually entailed. I believe most students, especially prior to high school, felt very similar to me. The Board of Education never really seemed interested in getting to know the students who attended their schools at the time. During my sophomore year, I knew that we had recently gotten a new superintendent in the district, so I was really excited at the prospect of the school board being more involved and ambitious, for such ambition had really been lacking in the past. However, with those around the school who stayed informed, word traveled fast, and it was rumored that many staff members were upset and planning to leave the district. When I asked any staff member to speak about what was going on, they typically chose not to speak on the subject. I find their decision to remain quiet to be more than understanding, though it was slightly odd that so much was being kept from the students, who are really the primary concern. As time went along and the start of the 2018-2019 school year rolled around, several issues became apparent. Many staff members and administrators had left the district, and later in the year we were told not one, but two of our administrators would be leaving the building. Many students, including myself, were alarmed. The Board of Education, who made the decision for these administrators of Wayne to leave, had scarce interaction with the actual students. Whatever the reason for this decision, it was done without student input. Had the time been taken to consider whether the decision was the right one, it would have been realized that the administration team at Wayne is phenomenal, and in the opinion of countless students and staff, do an excellent job putting together improvements for the school. For two members of this amazing administration team to be taken away so suddenly, it seemed like the decision was based on reasons unrelated to education and betterment of the students, and thus any benefit of the removal is irrelevant. The decision, from a student's perspective, seems more personal than professional, to say the least. Due to the removal of two administrators, it is the opinion of many students that Dr. Holt has unreasonable intolerance for Wayne Memorial as a school for reasons unrelated to education. At Wayne Memorial's graduation, Dr. Holt left immediately following her speech, which was surprising to me and many other students. Regardless of the reason for leaving, the act came off as a slap to the face to the graduating students and staff. More than anything, leaving during graduation is disrespectful and disappointing to see from the leader of the school district. Prior to this board meeting, Mr. Ambrose, the athletic director, wrote an extensive letter detailing some things Dr. Holt had done in her time as superintendent. While I can't speak on everything mentioned, I can say that Mr. Ambrose is a respected figure in the community, and the possibility of him slandering another individual seemed extremely unlikely. We, the students of Wayne Memorial,
I have 1 sentence left.
We, the students of Wayne Memorial, ask for more involvement from the Board of Education, and the shift to focus away from personal issues instead to keep education at the forefront when making decisions involving the staff. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to ask the speaker to please honor our system so that everybody has an opportunity. We want to hear what you have to say, but we have a three-minute time limit, so.
Of course.
Talk fast.
Hi, my name is Gonzo Knuckles Jr., but most know me as DJ. I'm an upcoming senior at Wayne-Westland High School involved in numerous activities like VSU, which I'm president, the theater program, and Senate. Throughout the speech, I want you to keep one thing in mind: change. I want to start off with a quote from Barack Obama. Change will not come if we wait for some person or some other time. We are the ones that we've been waiting for, and we are the change that we see. Throughout the school year, change has been a huge part, good and bad. When you, Dr. Hope, became superintendent, it was a magnificent thing to see not only a woman, but African-American women step into power and take charge and make a difference. You jumped straight into action, involving yourself in school activities, ceremonies, becoming part of our community. You became family. But lately, there has been a shift in not only the school district, but also the educational system. The involvement has been minimizing and less seen lately. Yes, I and others completely agree with being in high position will keep you busy, but it seems as though lately this change has become more noticeable. Like said before, senior honors, underclass honors, JRTC events, and even the most recent Wayne graduation. Yes, there was attendees, but was soon left afterwards. Yes, I can understand that it might not seem as important to some people in the audience about participation, what I just said, but it does matter to those in the audience looking for the woman and board of the ones that said they'll be their supporters and their family. The one that said that this community is their home, but for some reason it's starting to feel more of a house than a home instead. Yeah. Staff, students, parents, and family have started to see this change and are fearful for what's next to come. Now, I don't know how things are ran in other homes, but I know in mine, fear is excellence. This community has welcomed the fallen, the confused, and they welcome me, and they welcome you. The community we built is falling apart, one block at a time due to these changes. Now, I'm not here to call you out for anything or appearing at these events to show support for our school, but I'm also here to talk about physical changes happening in the school too. Yes, I'm here to bring up the one main topic that a lot of people are discussing, Mr. Weber and Mrs. Russo. In your speech at the Wayne-Westland High School graduation, you mentioned how your kente cloth represented your sense of belonging to the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, that the feeling of belonging can make you feel so good when you're in, but so horrible when left out. You even mentioned saying, "I got your six," when talking about the military and their loyalty to one another. The belonging you feel, the safety of the cloth is what we feel from them. As the cloth is to you, Russo is to many of us. She represents the safety you feel, the love, the sense of belonging. She makes us feel loved and that we belong, and that we are a community. She's our mom bear, and when you poked on Mary, her cubs jumped to defend her. Our mentor, our ally, and our family. Last time I want to bring up team graduation where you something that caught my attention, which I'll be reading the last line. And when you get the choice to sit out or dance, I hope you dance. This is us dancing. I know you've been a part of this business for 20 or so years and have heard and seen a lot, but now we need to see and hear us today. We're here, using our voices, voicing ours and community thoughts. Hear our lyrics to our songs, listen closely to the words said today, the testimonies given, the perspectives of our community, the family we've made, and hearts laid out to you. Like you said before, only we can make our community better. We are here, we stand for them, we are our community, so let us dance.
Hi, I'm Malachi Sauce. I just graduated this year, and it is because this amazing staff that I will be attending the illustrious Howard University. So, I would like to start off with saying something that I learned in accelerated biology in 10th grade, which is a keystone species. A keystone species is a species on which other species in an ecosystem largely depend, such that if it were removed, the ecosystem would change drastically. In 1872, Yellowstone National Park made the great mistake of deciding to remove gray wolves, which, with the last of them being removed in 1926. The removal caused a trophic cascade, which is defined as an ecological phenomenon triggered by the addition or removal of top predators, which often results in dramatic changes in ecosystem structure and nutrient cycling. When the wolves were removed, although elk had other predators, elk began to overpopulate, meaning that they began to eat all of the aspen and willow around the park, which had negatively impacted beavers, as they are also another example of keystone species. Ultimately, Yellowstone National Park needed the gray wolves, like Wayne needs Russo. As it seems like Weber was forced to leave, it makes the most sense to put Russo in the principal position, as she is the second most experienced principal at Wayne behind Weber. But the decision was made to move her to Marshall, which is said to only have 6th graders next year, and is also said to be closing after that, which sounds like a subtle way of telling Russo to find a new job or be unemployed. The second most experienced principal, nobody in Wayne, and potentially even the entire district, knows how to run Senate like she does. Removing Russo puts Ms. Niedermeyer, the next Senate advisor, in a tough position because she won't have much help with advising Senate through things like planning leadership camps, blood drives, homecoming especially, and a multitude of other things. I have no doubt that Mrs. Niedermeyer will do a great job, but you're basically telling her to figure it out on her own, which is potentially going to negatively impact Senate, who is the voice of the student body. If the voice of the student body is negatively impacted, then the student body is going to be impacted directly, which leads to more dissatisfaction amongst the student body and even more complaining than already is. All in all, Russo is one of the many keystone species at Wayne Memorial. Her leaving Wayne is bound to cause more problems than Wayne already has. Aside from just Russo, many of the faculty at Wayne Memorial have guided students in having Wayne pride and are ready to call it quits and find somewhere new to go. A prime example being Mr. Matthew Dyroff, who has taught for 18 years, which is actually my entire existence. He has worked tirelessly to build the music program at Wayne. As I speak right now, one of the top drum corps in the nation are residing on the campus right now because he made that connection. And he gave the students and even the community a chance to see something amazing that they have not experienced. We talk about excellence being the expectation, but how can we expect something that seems to be falling apart to be excellent? The devastation that so many students are experiencing because their favorite teacher is leaving Wayne, or their favorite teacher is talking about leaving Wayne really soon, is such a heartbreaking sight. Wayne pride, and maybe even pride in other schools in the district, is dying, and this climate in the district is not helping. Wayne Memorial may only be the start, and if things keep up like this, the entire district is going to go downhill. If you expect excellence from the district, you have to be the excellence that you want to see. And if this is what excellence looks like, let's ask ourselves, is this what we really want to be the expectation?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zari Silico, and I'm a rising sophomore at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. I'm an alumnus of Wayne Memorial High School. 3 years ago, I started the voter registration drive at Wayne Memorial that registers all eligible seniors to vote. I thought it was very important for all students to have a voice in all elections, no matter how small. I encouraged students to vote so they can stand up and fight against institutionalized inequities, only to find that these inequities are happening in our district by the person all the way at the top of this organization, the superintendent. Moreover, in my opinion, it has become very obvious where the school board stands on the issues that the students have addressed here tonight, since nothing has been done to stand up to Dr. Holt. The perception is that Dr. Holt has abused her position of power in many unprofessional ways that the students before me have listed. As a consequence of the blatant abuse of power, many students, parents, teacher, alumni are very angry with not just Dr. Holt, but with the entire school board. Yes. I'm here tonight to remind everyone that we elect the school board members, give them their seats, and we can take them away. Michigan voters have a fundamental right reserved by the state constitution, Article 2, Section 8, to recall elected public officials from office. If nothing is done after this meeting to fix the abuse of power Dr. Holt maintains, I can promise you the social media generation and their parents will stop at nothing to get the word out regarding school board members and how they're complicit with systematic oppression. Mr. President, out of the abundance of caution for the students, families, and the staff of Wayne-Westland Schools, Dr. Hall should be suspended from her district position while all the claims surrounding her can be investigated. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Miguel. First off, I would say welcome to Wayne Memorial, to our new principal. And this is my first year here, so today I'm on behalf of Sarah Craig. She graduated last year, so here we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Craig, and I'm a member of the Wayne Memorial Class of 2018, and I'm currently a rising sophomore at Georgetown University. Although I am currently working in Washington, D.C. and cannot be present to make this statement, I believe it is important for me to express my feelings regarding changes that have affected a community that is incredibly important to me. I was a student in the Wayne-Westland School District for 14 years, and throughout my time in the district, particularly at Wayne Memorial, I was involved in numerous organizations that allowed me to connect with many students and faculty members. Since graduating, I have maintained many of these connections, which have allowed me to understand the fear and discomfort that many Wayne-Westland staff, students, and families are feeling. In recent conversations, both former teachers and current students have expressed their extreme discomfort with the current state of the district, particularly regarding recent changes. This is why I'm urging Dr. Holt and the rest of the school board to listen to the staff, students, and families of Wayne-Westland Community School District and seek to understand the roots of their sentiments. Many community members have been a part of the district for longer than the school board members themselves, and their opinions deserve to be heard. Since the appointment of Dr. Holt, many staff members have either exited the district or have been heedlessly moved into other positions. It is telling that such permanent fixtures in the district have chosen to leave despite their commitment to and passion for their positions. Wayne-Westland is a district where many students rely on teachers and administrators for the support they lack in other areas of their lives, and the loss and movement of staff members has an undeniable impact on students. Though this is a point that has been seemingly disregarded by the school board, in Wayne-Westland, teachers are more than just teachers, and administrators are more than just administrators. You cannot simply move or replace staff members and expect the dynamics that create success in the district to remain the same. Especially with the upcoming reconfiguration of the district, the movement of staff members needs to be accompanied by intention and consideration so that students can reach their full potential. Just as the district's mission statement says, Dr. Holt and the school board must work in cooperation with parents and community. This cooperation is often achieved by regular attendance at school events, yet another expectation Dr. Holt has not met. It is a shame that the core beliefs of the district have been reduced to more rhetoric, and that the voices of some of the most committed members of the district have been ignored. Just as you need your community to have faith in your abilities as superintendent, Dr. Holt, you need to have faith in the opinions of your community. They are present this evening because they want the best for Wayne-Westland, and they deserve the respect and regard that has recently been misplaced. I am incredibly disappointed with the current state of the district, and I hope the school board takes the time to acknowledge the impact that they have on the community. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Deshaun Will, and I am currently a senior at Wayne Memorial High School. At Wayne, we have an amazing staff that helps the students with everything, especially if an issue arises, they're there. Looking back to my freshman year in the fall of 2016, I can remember the amazing staff that we've had to help support the students. Seeing the principals in the hallway and interacting with students, it helps create a peaceful and engaging environment. Having the supporting teachers that care about the students, that's the visual representation of Wayne Pride. During my sophomore year, we gained a new superintendent, a black woman that can help represent an area of low-income minority people. It is important to have that person who can relate to the same or similar struggles. At the end of the 2018 school year, teachers had left and some took other positions. Changes were made, but the students had adjusted. We know that change can be healthy. Until the middle of the 2019 school year, the decision to promote Mr. Weber to the board office, that didn't make too many people happy. That man has cared for Memorial since I've been at Memorial. That wasn't a pleasant change. But some knew with the 3 remaining principals that could help run the school until the decision was made to let Ms. Russo go. the principal is going to a school that's not open for a year. The decision, that doesn't make any sense. Why get rid of 2 Wayne Memorial High School principals? This removal disrupts the student body, which can't make the best environment due to not knowing this administrator. Then the students have dealt with the admin leaving and have seen more and more teachers leaving the school. It is not their fault, it's just that they can't always stand by a faulty school board that doesn't have every effort in place for students and staff. Because of all this happening, many of the student body isn't happy with the decisions that are taking place in the school. We can't have a great future if half of our support system in the school is being replaced. Great futures can't end if any more at Wayne-Westland. We need you to do better for our students. Thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Chanel Baxter. I know these are a lot of speeches, but I'm asking you to please listen because this is important. These kids up here today are our future, and these are the kids who will be speaking for us when the time comes. I am a recent graduate of Wayne Memorial, and I'd like to thank you for your time before I even start. The topic these students and I are discussing with you is deeply important to me because as an involved student of Wayne, I've bonded with many teachers and have received so much guidance from the staff. I don't know where I'd be without them, and that's the honest truth. Throughout my senior year, I've seen and heard many troubling things about what's going on firsthand. But what concerns me most is that there's so much corruption within the system right now that these amazing teachers have no choice but to leave their kids in order to save themselves and their families. Right now, we have 20+ vacancies in high school, elementary, and student support services. I'll say it again, student support services are vacant in a low-income area full of minorities. This is troubling, but to witness someone who is the heart and soul of Wayne be removed because of prejudice and bias is simply heartbreaking, horrifying, and unacceptable. Wayne would not be Wayne without Russo. To refer to someone who has organized everything, finds scholarships for her kids in spare time, who supports her kids, and does everything in her power to make Wayne happy and safe, referred to as a privileged white princess, is truly derogatory and is not behavior we should be representing to our students. She has been there. These teachers have been there. The staff has been there, even when they didn't need to be, both physically and emotionally. Where were you? Where is the support you show Wayne Memorial and the class of 2019, especially by degrading and forcing out some of our biggest supporters, supporters that some kids don't have at home? My point being, to purposely move someone to a district that is closing next year, to make your wrongful actions and judgments less suspicious is just wrong and unethical. Is this how we reward our staff who give everything to our kids? Is this how we treat human beings? You spoke of inclusivity in your graduation speech, and we would like to see it. The privilege you carry in your position will and should not be an excuse. We will not turn the other cheek on this. My silence cannot be bought, and shame to those who can. My mentors at Wayne taught me to never give up, which is why I will never give up until this is handled. The heard will be heard.
I'm Andreas Ochoa, junior at Wayne Memorial High School, and I'm a proud member of the instrumental program, instrumental music program at Wayne. Woo! And, so I'd like to deliver a closing statement that Morgan Butler sadly couldn't deliver today because she unfortunately could not be here, but I'd love to deliver this on her behalf. So, we're here to represent the student body. We want to make our opinion about matters that affect our school board heard. The school that binds our community further, the community many of us have been raised in. The very values that we were taught by this community dictate that us students should not sit idly by and watch our family be torn apart. Board members, I plead to you, if you respect us, our family, our community, then please hear our voices. Heavily consider the opinions of alumni, students, and family alike. Now, one last thing to add, because Kushi couldn't quite get to it in her speech. So, got quite a few things that she noticed while kind of perusing a bit of data. So, ever since like 2017, fall 2017, we've experienced the loss of 700 students alone. Central office salaries have actually increased by 68.7%. And, yeah. But thank you for taking the time to listen to us students. We really appreciate it, and we hope you heavily consider our opinions here. So.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the Board of Education?
Yes, my name is Erin Fahey. I'm a parent of the district. I have a child at Marshall and one at Pegram. I had an ongoing issue this year with lice in my daughter's classroom. I've noticed other districts in the area have a lice policy on their website. We have no policy. So we're neglecting to treat lice in our children, neglecting to let the parents know, and it's not getting treated. I understand that, you know, it's a difficult policy. Nobody wants to be called out on it, but neglecting it, sweeping it under the rug is not a solution. The other thing is I didn't come in here with any statistics today about my stance on the smart reading program that was done away with, or the math interventionists, the reading interventionists, all those positions that were eliminated, all those programs. Both of my children have attended both of those programs. They have made huge growth and development. I want to know exactly from the board what was taken into criteria to eliminate those programs. When you're telling me that Wayne Memorial has an 84 not proficient rate in math for 11th graders, that's unacceptable. Unacceptable to do away with these programs. Unacceptable to do away with these programs when there are so many children left to be helped. If it helps one student, it was worth it. And you did away with all of it. The other thing I wanted to bring to the board's attention is that I have requested testing for my daughter for special education services this year. It's my understanding from the Department of Education you have 30 days, 30 school days to handle that request. There were some special education requests that weren't even met, and my daughter's was definitely done outside of that 30-day period. So I'll be taking that to the Department of Education, and we'll see what they think about that.
Are we using our blue papers, or we're not using blue papers anymore?
Would you like to address the board?
Yes, I was just trying not to get in front of anybody. Are we using the blue things you gave us, or?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm a high schooler and I'm a middle schooler in special ed. I'm very concerned with what's going on with Wayne Memorial. You took away, I was told by Ms. Hines on Facebook that this is what Kevin Weber wanted. It was a promotion, he wanted it. Evidently, he did not. I was right. He wanted it. She wants to leave the district. She wants to leave because you took away people she respected. She sees the teachers that are dropping. What's going to happen come fall? We don't have enough teachers to teach our children. It took till May to get a choir teacher. She had a substitute the whole year. Now they got raises, but that's not the only reason they stayed. You took away the morale, the leadership. That's why they were staying. The teachers are leaving. Special ed, there's been changes going on at the special ed department. Parents aren't being notified. I don't know where my son is going to be placed. He's in Crosscat. They're adding classrooms. I'm emailing special ed, and they're not responding back to me as a parent.
Good evening to the board, Dr. Holt. My name is Deshaun Wallace, and I'm what we call a district parent here in Wayne-Westland. We moved into the district back in 2008 when my children left private school and came into the district. And I was, at that point, a little leery about them attending public school. My oldest started at Franklin and then moved up to the high school. I won't talk about Kevin Weber and the job, the excellent job that he's done. I'm sure you guys are painfully aware of that at this point. I also want to talk about Nancy Russo and her dedication to the high school. What I want to talk about is transparency. I hear what you guys, I'm looking at the data, and as an educator, there does need to be changes. There do need to be changes in Wayne-Westland. I agree. I think where the disconnect is as a counselor, as an educator, we always talk about relationships, restorative justice, and trauma-informed educators. These kids have been traumatized because they were not included in the conversation. And so moving forward, I think what they need, you saw a diverse group of children, and my two oldest graduated as valedictorians from Wayne-Westland. The 10th grader that is a rising junior next year just told me she won't be the valedictorian, don't expect that. But the idea is that I'm as a parent, as a district mom, I've been in band competitions in the rain, we've been in the mud, we've been in soccer games, we've been in the football team is zero to whatever, and we're out there cheering, right? So district support is not an issue. I think the issue here is that we've been left out of the conversation. And I think if moving forward, we have teachers who are unsure about their future. We have a instrumental teacher who has decided that after 18 years, Matt Dyroff is well respected in the state of Michigan. Wayne Memorial is one of the only high schools that still has a orchestra, a full orchestra. We're going to lose that if we don't find a way to retain those students. Those students are without hope. We've sat in the audience, I've listened to them talk. My own daughter was a band student. The band kids are talking, and I cautioned her not to make a permanent decision to a temporary situation. But I think I'd like to encourage you all, and I know I'm supposed to only have 3 minutes. I think the disconnect, as an educator, as a counselor, I'm here to say I understand what you're doing. I think the disconnect was in including stakeholders in the conversation. And I don't know if there was an invitation. I never received an invitation to come and talk about changes that you desire to make. You're absolutely right. Our SAT scores have gone up, but they're not high enough. Our M-STEP scores are too low. As an educator, you can't have scores like that and educate kids and get there. However, something is going right because we have kids at Georgetown, we have kids in Ann Arbor, we have kids in one of the things that has worked at Wayne Memorial exclusively is relationships. These kids trust these educators. They absolutely salaries, even though their steps were frozen. So I just think that at this point, the group, we just need to be included in some of the decision making prior to making the decision. That's the board, that's the superintendent, those are the stakeholders. These are your stakeholders, your alumni. If you survey them, ask them, what's going on? What would you change about Wayne Memorial? Wayne Memorial is, and I'm going to be very, very frank, Wayne Memorial is not as diverse as I would like to see in the staffing or the administration. However, there's a way to do everything. I agree with the mission, I just don't agree with the method. I do not agree with the messaging, and I definitely don't agree with the way it's done. The hatchet can't work because they won't trust us. So what I'm saying is right, kids need to see themselves in hallways. And so, yeah, changes do need to be made, but we need to hire the best candidate, not necessarily whether they're black, white, orange, or brown. There are stats woefully missing. There is a large Hispanic population at Wayne Memorial. That's not in those stats. But if we're gonna do data, let's do all of the data. Let's sit down and have a conversation about what changes need to be made based on these SAT scores, based on where we need to go, based on staffing, based on attracting students. I have a fear that the population at Wayne will go down now because the instrumental band, they're unsure. And those kids are going to start pursuing other schools that have a full functioning instrumental orchestra.
Hi, my name is Lisa Lodra. I've never been here. I really didn't have to ever come to the board for anything. I've had pretty good kids. I've raised 4 kids. My twins just graduated from Wayne Memorial High School this year. I wrote a little note here, but I'm gonna just wing it right now. Mr. Weber, I've known for 10 years. Mr. Weber came from teaching my son football when nobody could even deal with him, to go into vice principal and deal with other kids, coming to principal. This man, never mind was he good with my son, he was good with all the kids. He would come to my daughters with Coach Jarvis, be right there to stand with our kids. Go away. Every team, everything that happened, Mr. Weber was there. Now, I don't know why you guys got rid of him. I have no idea what happened. All I know is, to be honest with you guys, as a mother of 4, for 18 years in the Wayne-Westland School District, I think you made the biggest mistake you could ever make. Miss Russo is the most amazing vice principal. My daughter, Jane Elder, was very, very quiet when 9th grade came around. I have never seen a child speak so highly of Miss Russo ever in my life. My daughter walked out with being a class president, getting a scholarship in Michigan State, and you guys talk about all our statistics, but statistics don't matter when it comes down to the kids and the people that care about our kids. I went to Weber when my other daughter was in trouble from the basketball game, and he said, well, Miss Elder, I'm sorry, Jasmine just can't park here. I could have got mad and said, well, you know what? No, I respected him because he stands by what he says. And he's not a person that's gonna sit there and tell you one thing and give you another. I'm not trying to be like that. I'm the perfect person that knows everybody. But for these 2 people, I can honestly say, and I hate to tell you guys this, Ms. Holt, personally, you made the biggest mistake you could have ever made. And when you walked out of my twins' graduation after one of your sons, that's fine, we're all parents. But to me, you weren't there to hear my daughter speak. She wrote that for how many weeks? But you weren't there as a superintendent. But Mr. Weber was there. He was there. He was there. No, yes, you guys go pick him out. He was there. And I hope the news catches this. And I really, truly hope the news catches this. Because you guys should have asked us as parents, them as kids, because before you made a decision that ruined all these kids' lives right now.
That's not what I'm up here for. My daughter is about to be a graduate. She's going to be in the class of 2020. She plays basketball, and I've been sitting here all night listening to all these statistics. I am Max Mom, number 33. So, you see all these statistics about how Wayne Memorial is not excelling. In order to be on the basketball team, JV and varsity, maintain a 3.8 overall grade point average. And you're saying 84% of our kids are not doing well in math. My daughter, I can't speak for everybody else, was in accelerated math. But I'll tell you this, I thank those teachers because I work 12 to 14 hours a day. You are my child's parent. You can call me at work, that's my husband back there. He always looks out for my daughter. If she acts up in school, they call me. We have that interaction that I know when he calls me with something about her, she did it. Because I know my child. But he has, as a teacher, he has the authority and the right from a parent to chastise her, to correct her,
And I'm in agreement with him. And that's where I see where the breakdown, I listen to talk to these children with all this passion. That passion just didn't come from 1 year. This is passion that has grown because they are. But I want you all to see the writing on the wall. I work at AT&T. I've been there for over 20 years. And they're doing the same thing to me. They are shifting us. They are getting rid of our positions. They are making it antiquated where there is going to be a decline before there is an increase. I don't want the decline to come in my child's senior year when I worked every year in this school up to this point to get here, to be proud, to share this moment with everybody, and you're stripping it and taking it away from us in the class of 2020. Now, I do agree with raises, but I agree with doing it the right way, and the right way would have been just like you bargained for those raises and those new positions and all those other things. You should have bargained with this family, with the parents, with the community, so that when we came together, you wouldn't even have this conversation.
Good evening. My name is John Gochi, for those of you that don't know me. I'm a former school board member here. About a year ago, I started hearing phone calls and conversations from people in the community, teachers and staff, and parents about the horrible way that the central office employees were being treated by Dr. Holt, her bullying tactics, her vindictive nature. And I was busy with my own life and I moved on to a different community. But this district educated me, clothed me, and made me who I am. I've moved on into my career and I've done many things and I'm proud of, and I have all these teachers to thank. I had a high school education, I did very little college, I went right into the business world. So these kids need these teachers, and these teachers need to feel like they belong here and that they're part of the ecosystem. And right now, I don't think that they're getting that. A year ago, I sounded the alarm for the community, and this room was full, but nobody spoke but me. Now I'm glad to see we got witnesses telling their stories, especially how these kids were affected. And that's why we're all here. We're here for these kids at the end of the day. And I came here a year ago, I asked this board, I commanded this board to look into this and to make a tough decision. And that's what elected officials need to do, is make tough decisions. This board didn't have the courage to do that. I hope the community has the courage to do what needs to be done. Maybe we'll help these kids do a recall if they can't do the tough decisions that they need to be doing.
So when we started to figure out, because people talk, we started to figure out that there was a problem within Wayne Memorial itself. And we heard on the PA, teachers, there's going to be a meeting, and none of us knew what it was about, but it was a constant thing that we kept hearing. And a lot of it, we talk about not knowing, and that's what makes so many things worse in situations. And I understand that we do not need to know everything that happens amongst you guys. We do not need to know everything that happens with the teachers. But the simple fact that, just aside from the teachers, the students had no idea. And I know it's not really going to impact seniors that much, but these people that are underclassmen that have built strong relationships with these teachers and these administration are being negatively impacted to the point where they don't want to attend Wayne anymore. These teachers are the reason why we are able to build relationships, because if the teachers don't have relationships and they don't feel like they're in the community, they're not going to want to be there. And I understand that we're their kids, but outside of us, they have their own families, that they birthed those kids, that they have to deal with, and they are going to do exactly what needs to be done to be able to take care of them, take us out of the question. And I think that ultimately, this whole thing, I understand that there are reasons why things have to be done. I completely understand that. But as many people are saying, the way that things have been handled makes us all question. And that's why, and I have no intentions to disrespect anybody because that's not how I was raised, but this is not right. And I was not raised to question any adult, but I can't help but question, like, what is the reason? Because these teachers are the reason why I have excelled in band. These teachers are the reason why I have excelled in the arts. These teachers are the reason why I have excelled in anything. And whatever stats, it's whatever it says. But the fact of the matter is, there are so many people that these teachers are impacting. And I understand new teachers can do that too, but if these teachers don't have relationships, these kids are not going to see that. And they're not going to want to build relationships either. So therefore, like I said, a trophic cascade is going to negatively impact us unless there is something that is done about it.
Well, I had this well-prepared speech, but zebras, you blew me out of the water. I know that we have just heard a lot of negative comments about reading scores, test scores, not just for you zebras, but for the entire Wayne-Westland district. I want to reiterate that those scores are based on one test given once a year.
Right.
That does not represent our children, that does not represent our staff at all. Why? One test, and we're going to talk about how bad our schools are doing. Just look at those kids that were in front of you half an hour ago. Okay? I have been a resident in this district for 26 years, 5 children attending Wayne-Westland Community School Districts. 3 of my children have graduated. 1 is master's program for school counseling. 1 is in the Army, and 1 is attending Graham Real Estate next year. 2 students are still in this district at the elementary level. The programs that have been cut are what got my kids through school. My son, who's defending every one of you in this room, needed every one of those programs that are being cut. You cut all of the reading and math interventionists, the summer school programs, athletic busing, Optimum, the TAG program, busing was cut. The classroom sizes for TAG have been increased. And you're laying off 5 teaching staff members, 5, who could maybe lower classroom sizes, maybe at Hicks, where our success rate is probably the lowest in the entire district. So rather than create new programs, new assistants to assistants to assistants at the board office level and central office, put those teachers back in position. I also have one more thing, couple more things, I'm almost done. There are currently, on the Wayne County Recess site, 150 openings in Wayne-Westland. 150 unfilled positions. That's not just teaching staff. That's from maintenance all the way up. 150. Out of the 33 school districts that Wayne County serves, the only other district that is even slightly close is Taylor at 78. And they have about the same student body, give or take. 150. 2 years ago, you couldn't even get into Wayne-Westland school districts. There was a waiting list. A waiting list. These children deserve more. They are our future, not our agenda.
Hello. Okay. So I'm Amanda Baker, a rising 36-year-old, a lifelong Wayne-Westland kid, eagle turned zebra, blue and gold forever, and a former teacher of these wonderful Wayne Memorial students. Thank you so much for coming. So proud of you guys. You're all back there crying at your speeches. Beautiful, beautiful work. So this year I was on leave because we had a child care issue arise at the beginning of the school year, but the plan was I was to stay home for the year and return this upcoming fall. And I love my job, and let me tell you, I was an excellent teacher. Before you ever expected excellence, I was there doing it. But when I grew up in Wayne-Westland schools, I was facing the same stats that you read here tonight, the same lack of resources, lack of money in my family, but I never knew that I had any limitations because at home, I was told, you are brilliant. Yes, I was. And that you can be anything. And my teachers at school told me the same thing, you can be anything. And so I did, anything I wanted, I could be. So I came back to be a teacher at Wayne Memorial High School because that is exactly what I wanted, that's exactly where I wanted to be. This year, that has totally gone by the wayside, I guess you could say. And the day that I heard about what happened to Mr. Weber was the day that I said, I will not be back this fall. So I know there are a lot of vacancies and a lot of people saying about those vacancies, yeah, but who knows if that's why, you know, is it really connected? So I'm just one voice here tonight telling you that yes, that is why. That is why you lost me. You got rid of Weber, you got rid of Russo, fantastic administrators. You lost Matt Dyroff. What a catastrophic. And when you break up an administration as tight-knit and a staff as tight-knit as it is at Wayne Memorial, you will lose teachers. When you lose these excellent teachers, because we are fantastic, you will lose students and their parents. You will lose everything. So I hope sincerely that you have listened to the people here tonight because it does matter, and this is the future of your district, depending on what you do with what was said tonight.
Earlier, I just said I graduated, and if you weren't listening before, this one's really gonna get you, so pull your tissues out. I'd like to speak specifically to you guys, and I'd like to explain two different students for you, just to help you understand. First student, 1.3 marking period GPA. No hope for college, no money, working to help their parents, failing classes, failed two classes, had no way to pay for summer school, but found a way out of it because she had extra credits. She had no hope and lost all of her dreams of going to Michigan State, of graduating high school. Dropped out of Senate. I wasn't gonna graduate for a second. Second student, 3.8 marking period, twice. Executive board publicity manager, going to Michigan State University, Upward Bound, Senate, theater, band, all of this stuff that she got involved into. Why? Why did she pick herself back up when she had no hope of graduating or going to college? Because she was first gen and she had nobody to tell her that? Because of these teachers. Yes! I'm not asking for you to be sad or whatever, because at the end of the day, that person has to pick themselves up. But I want you to understand that without these teachers, without Dyroff, without Russo, without everybody, every teacher that's in this audience, and even the ones who aren't here, that girl, me, would not be going to Michigan State University, would not have graduated high school, and would not be here telling you, I'm pleading to you, these students are pleading to you to fix this. You complain about how we're not progressing, how we're not showing progress off of one statistic. But I'm sure to you, each student in this room can tell you how they overcame something huge. You have students who are going to Duke, Georgetown, Ann Arbor. Why? Because of these teachers. We come from a low-income area, and people from other districts look down on us. And it's up to you to hear us out and help us help each other, represent us in what we are. Because we're not what everybody thinks that we are. But the actions that you're making are making us look like that. So I'm asking you to hear us out and to do better on our behalf. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Liv Smith. I graduated with the class of 2018 as well. I am going to be a rising sophomore at NYU Tisch, theater department. There's a lot of talk, obviously. But I'm mostly focused on the arts right now. The arts have always been a big part of my life. Obviously, I go to NYU as a drama major. But also without like the normal teachers that I see over there, and I love you very much. I'm so proud of everything. I'm just, without them and without the arts in general, just every aspect of the school, it needs to come together. And I feel like when you cut one piece, it is just kind of like a landslide. And just something at the top, it crumples and we're losing everything, it feels like. And I know I'm gone and I don't really have much to say, but I'm proud of everyone that came out and spoke tonight, especially my peers, and the teachers that are still holding on. So yeah, just, I guess that's all, because I don't know what I'm saying anymore. But thank you. I'm proud of all of you.
Hello everybody, my name is Dan Mills. I'm a parapro. Hello, my name is Dan Mills. I'm a parapro at the Teagham Education Center in the dual diagnosed room. I plan on being a lifer at Wayne-Westland. My dad started here in 1946 after he graduated at MSU. He spent 10 years at Marshall doing Ojai, and then he rose up, he special ed, became the director of special education for Wayne-Westland Community Schools. His successor, Charles Huffman, he's now a principal now because he stepped down to get out of the board office, and now I wonder why. I know. I grew up in Wayne-Westland. I went to Sunshine and Rainbows. I spent 3 long, awkward years at Adams Middle School with Mr. Caesar. And then spent 4 years at Wayne Memorial. I directly invested in the district and its future, not due to my own career, but because my 3 nieces that currently attend our schools. One of them receives Act 18 resources at Roosevelt McGrath, and they are all going to graduate from Wayne Memorial. My niece, she's 8 years old, 3rd grade. She went 8 weeks without her speech lessons because of a substitute under Nicole Moore. She's currently my super boss. None of these supervisors have been with the district for more than a year. When my dad was here, it was a lot different. They stayed here for decades. When Mr. Ambrose submitted his exit interview for the district employees to read, it finally gave credence to all the rumors all of us have heard throughout the year. I'm used to having administrators and teachers leave Wayne-Westland. It's been happening for decades. At least the past 2 years, it has been a flood. I've had the superintendent look in the crowd in the eyes and tell us Mr. Weber was excited for his promotion, and now he's gone. He's gone. He's gone to Bedford. My dad was on an interviewing team with him. He was trying to go to TPS, but he ended up here at Wayne-Westland and was here for 18 years. What is the board doing to investigate, most likely confirm the accusations that were brought forth by Mr. Ambrose and other teachers that have left with their exit interviews? How can our district improve its reputation if its own superintendent plans on moving out of the district to Belleville? How will our student enrollment go if the superintendent's own kids don't go to Wayne Memorial or John Glenn High Schools, or even Tinkham, if there's nothing wrong with Tinkham? I love you, my Timberwolves. I would also like to mention all the former students that have arrived tonight as alumni, as Waynos, and as Westlanders alike. For our educators, our children, and for our district, and most of all, our community. Finally, Dr. Principal Mr. Anderson, I cannot wait to see you at the closing of next Wayne Memorial graduation ceremony. That was always fun.
Hello, my name is Kyle Whitehouse. Graduate of Wayne Memorial High School. I'm going in my 3rd year at Michigan State University. Dr. Holt and the rest of the board, I'm just going to keep it real simple. Shame on you for everything you've done to our community and my home, period. To my family, to my friends, to my teachers, just to name a couple, Miss Pippa, Mr. Ritz, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Hodgson, Miss Blair, Miss Pat, Mr. Gilbert, Miss Brennan, everyone else that's not here. I understand that sometimes when there's a corrupt system like this, it feels like you aren't appreciated. But I just wanted to let you guys know that you guys are deeply loved and very much appreciated. Yeah. Thank you for changing my life and the rest of our lives. Thank you.
My name is Ashley Highland, and I've been in this district for my entire life. I might have some of you beat with how long I've actually been in the schools, because technically my sister and I were in my mother's womb while she was at Wayne Memorial, so I have just a little bit of an edge there when we have that. Like I said, I've been here my entire life. My family has been here their entire lives. I went to Jefferson Barnes Elementary School, which is not open anymore, but is thankfully still being preserved as a community center. I went to Adams Upper Elementary, where I had a fantastic time growing as a person. Friends that I met in my tag class that I still have today, like Savannah and Kareem and anyone else who's out here. Those were years that changed my life. Continuing with Franklin and Wayne Memorial, again, those were years that changed my life. I don't need to get into every detail of my personal life, but it has not always been smooth. And when it comes to home, that's a consistency I've never really known. And I'll be frank about that because it's true. A lot like Chanel, there was a moment in time where I was a student with a 1-point-something GPA. You can ask some of these teachers here who saw me maybe once or twice a week. And that was the student that I was, which was a big change from what I always was. And when it comes to decisions that are made at higher levels, those might be things that we don't know every detail of, but things that we feel. And I can promise you the changes in the culture, in the community, and how the teachers feel are things that students feel as well. Whether they have a name for it or not, those are things that we feel in the environment. That community is something that can't be replaced. Frankly, we don't know the school board members most of the time when we're a student, but we do know our teachers, and I remember the name of every single teacher that I had, and I remember them to this day. I remember when I was interested in starting Wayne Memorial's first LGBTQ+ organization. I remember when I was scared, but had teachers who were like, oh my goodness, I would love to be a part of that. When we had our one sponsor that was mandatory, but would regularly have 4+ teachers attend the meetings because that's the kind of support that they wanted to show their students. When we had teachers work with us wearing rainbow pins to show their students you're loved and you're accepted here regardless of how you are at home, that's a climate, that's a culture, and that's something you feel on a daily basis. Same with Matt Dyroff, who is someone we've all spoken about, but that was someone who saw me every day of my life. He saw me, and I think most of my teachers saw me more than my parents did when I was in high school. And to feel that kind of fear that is existing there is something that's really troubling to me, and it's something, although I graduated, I know these students are still feeling. That's why they're here, that's why they're showing up, because whether you think these changes actually impact them or not, they do. And seeing faces that they see more than their parents just gone from their life without any sort of explanation or ones that just don't quite add up, that's a change that's felt. That's someone losing someone who's more important than their parent. And I didn't want to have to get up here and speak tonight. That was not my plan. I don't have anything prepared. But hearing the stories of all of these people stand up and say how they feel, looking so many teachers that I had in the eyes right now all show up, like, that's something that moves me because that's a community that's irreplaceable. That's a community I'm still in. I'm still at Jefferson Barnes working as a student assistant to help out those kids and be in their lives. I'm seeing them. The teachers are seeing them. And I just need to know that that culture, that community of safety that they don't have anywhere else, I need to know that that's going to continue. I cannot go back to Michigan State. I cannot go forward knowing that people are going to lose faces that are more important to them than their parents. And I really need to make sure, and I will make sure, and all of these faces will make sure that that community and that culture continues to be safe and isn't some mystery that no one has any idea what's going on and feels like they're losing people. Thank you, and I really sincerely hope that something will change. Thank you.
So my name is Angel Lopez, and I think I can say now I'm a senior at Wayne Memorial. And I just wanted to say that I find it very ironic that all the people speaking tonight,
like Dr. Holt was so adamant, you know, so focused on like making this like school perform to like the best of its ability. Yet like what did she do? She like basically like cut off some of the best staff that we have available at the school district. And I mean, you have a doctoral degree, I assume, since you have like doctor in front of your name. So I like seriously like question that type of backwards logic. And I just also want to add that, you know, throughout this night, you know, I think I became offended because through watching these like people speak, you know, these passionate people speak, you know, these like the student body and the families speak so passionately about their school and you know what they want from it, that I couldn't help but notice that like by looking over here, that Dr. Holt was like basically like smiling, almost laughing through some of the speeches. And I just feel we came here with respect. You know, we came here with like what we wanted. You know, we were very respectful about it. And then you don't have the decency to treat us as like normal people. I mean, as equals. I mean, your job is basically supposed to listen to us, to make the school perform to the best of its ability. And you like turn around and like laugh at our misery. Like, I don't know. Yeah.
My name is Kinsey. I don't have a speech prepared. This is really hard for me, actually. I love all my teachers. They mean so much to me. One thing that, like Dyroff, he's someone who, I had him last year and I had him this year. So he was one teacher that had really, like, he could see the difference from me from last year to this year. I've had some stuff going on at home and stuff, and that my family's all kind of going through the same stuff. And Dyroff was there for me. All my teachers, the people, there's so many teachers that saw that I was struggling. And I had all those teachers come up to me and they wanted to help as much as they could. They couldn't fix everything. It's something that I've always just, I had to get through on my own, but like those teachers are there to help me get through the stuff. I don't know if all this stuff is true that I hear. I pray that it isn't. I really hope it isn't. And I want to give you a chance because it's just hearsay. That's all I hear. It doesn't mean it's true. I really hope it isn't. And I hope that you listen to everybody. And I hope that you can, with all of this, that you will change something in a positive way. But I thank all the teachers though.
Well, I think we saved the best for last. Hi, Jake Johnson, Wayne-Westland High School, class 2011. Most of you know me. So when I went to Wayne High, and most of the teachers in the room can agree, I had a new assistant principal every year. I had a new principal most years. That is the future that these students are facing the next 4 to 5 years. Wayne High is not an easy school. It is not. And if you spent any time in it, you would know it isn't. If you spent any time in Franklin, you know the students. You know the incoming students. They don't have the best life. You know, it's a difficult life for them. They're coming in, this one's a little difficult. It's hard for the administrator to handle that building. It's a rough building. They don't want to stay for longer than a year. That is why when Weber, who was a teacher, then a counselor, then stepped up to be principal of that building, he knew what he was getting into. He stepped up. He wasn't just an administrator off the street. He was a man stepping into the role as a man in that building. He was someone that everybody looked up to. The heir apparent in that building was Russo. Russo should be the principal in that building. That is going to be the cycle for the next 4 years. It's going to be new principal, new principal, new principal, new principal, new principal. New teaching staff. Matt Dyroff leaving after 18 years. I was in shock. I called other teachers I know going, are you leaving? Because I was in shock and fear. Because, and not just at Wayne High, but teachers I know at Stevenson, and at Franklin, and all across the district who have been in the district for 20 plus years. Because that is where we are at. It is time for the school board to act or move out of the way.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Matt McGovern. I'm a teacher at Wayne-Westland High School. I've been there since the year 2000. Matt Thyroff and I started at the same time. When I found out on Friday he was leaving, that hit me very hard. I have been chosen, I'm not sure why, because the students have pretty much, and Ms. Wallace and many of the other community members pretty much said everything that needed to be said. But these were questions that the staff came up with at Wayne Memorial High School before the end of the year, and we had asked for a meeting to discuss these. It hadn't happened. I do understand that there were priorities, and I want to thank the Board of Education, and I want to thank the bargaining committees, and Joseph and HR for working so hard on those contracts. I know that's why we did. So thank you for doing that. I think that was the priority. I also want to welcome Mr. Anderson, or Dr. Anderson, to be the new principal, because despite all of the things that many of you are unhappy about, I do think that he'll do a great job leading us. And so I want to acknowledge the rough position he's moving into, and ask all of you to give him your support too. So these were the concerns that were raised by many of the staff at Wayne Memorial High School, and we are hoping at some point to get an answer to them. I think there are many of the same questions that the students have asked. One, when Mr. Weber was removed for the allegations against him, there seems that there was an inordinate delay in restoring him to his role as principal.
Yeah.
Even after the allegations against him had been unsubstantiated.
Right.
We were wondering if we could at some point get an explanation for that. The second thing related to that is that we were left short-handed with Mr. Weber being reassigned for duties as needed at the board office. There were 8 weeks when we Memorial High School only had 3 administrators, when generally that building has 4. We're concerned that with 2 administrators who've left, we have replaced them both, which is great. But our fear is that should there be more administrators to leave in the future, how will that be handled? We want to make sure that when we start in August, we have a fully functioning and fully staffed administrative team. And before we were promised that Kevin would help us with that if needed, but obviously he won't be able to anymore. Third, now that Kevin Weber has left Memorial High School, and I think the students have said this already, but I'll just echo it. We were wondering why Ms. Russo wasn't appointed principal, and why she was given the title of acting principal instead of principal, but her new position was first units. The other issue, and I think maybe the students haven't been able to name it, but one of the huge focuses at central office for Dr. Townsend, who really led the charge on this, has been our heavy focus on social and emotional learning. And I think you can see the true impact of the emotions of the students here tonight. We hope that it has become clear the impact of these changes on the students. There's been tears here, there have been many more tears at the building. And these are only the students who feel comfortable speaking. And that's not all of our students. Some of them, as you've heard, don't want to return to Wayne-Memorial High School, and these are our best and brightest, the ones who have a voice. There's many students, right, who don't feel comfortable coming up and speaking, and so how are we going to help those students with their social and emotional needs in this time of crisis for them? Why this is more of a teacher issue. I apologize to those of you here, but and I hope I have the answer. But Wayne Memorial High School and across the district, we've been doing quite a few instructional rounds. The idea there, I think, was to improve practice and increase rigor across all the buildings. It does seem like Wayne Memorial High School had quite a bit more instructional rounds in any other building. And given people's perceptions, that has led some of the staff to feel targeted. Right? That may not have been the intention, but that is how it is perceived. At graduation, Dr. Holt, you spoke, and one of the things you referenced was Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I think that that's really important in this sense for belonging. I think you've heard here tonight, all of you, the students belonging and their sense of belonging at Wayne Memorial High School. Currently, it's been very clear that the staff, the students, and the whole community, parents included, do not feel like they are at the basic level of Maslow's hierarchy, which is safety and security. What can you do as an administrative team and as a board to help restore that? Disruptions, right? If students don't have safety and security in their thoughts, in their behavior, in their building, and in how they feel, then no learning will take place. And so I fear that in sharing some of this data about Wayne Memorial High School, you've set Dr. Anderson up for failure to some extent. We've put him at a low level, and you told him he needs to improve that. And at the same time, you've just taken away the safety and security of the students, which is going to make it very hard for him to improve those numbers. So I hope and I ask that you give him the time to do that, because it's going to take much longer than we have hoped for. Lastly, and this was not from the teachers' concerns, but I think regarding the exit interview that the exit interview that Mr. Ambrose shared on Friday, I do think that the district and the board is going to need to respond to those, and so I hope that you will find a time and a place to make those answers public for everybody.
Yep.
Hi, my name is Stephen Rupert. I graduated from Wayne in the class of 2017. And so earlier in the meeting, you guys talked about you need to retain students. You said that was the big issue, that we need students to come in. And so based on that, first off, I'm sorry. I know it's late, everyone wants to get home. I didn't plan on speaking, but had to come up real quick, sorry, I'll try to make it quick. Also, I mean no disrespect to you guys. I understand you have a very hard job, you have a lot on your shoulders, you have a lot to deal with. But obviously, there are some things that there's been a rift, and there's some type of divide. So, now back to my story. I grew up in Wayne-Westland. I went to Wayne-Westland schools my whole life except for my freshman year of high school. My parents wanted to move to a better area, stuff like that, so we got a house in South Lyon. Best house, that was like the nicest house I've ever lived in my life. Been there, Trevor saw it, who knows, like that. It was next level, that stuff was sweet, right? But something was missing in South Lyon. We didn't, my family, honestly, my whole family, there was something missing, that we just didn't feel like we were really at home in South Lyon. And we came back to Wayne, and it was that. It's the sense of community, and the community that people like Mr. Weber and Ms. Russo and the amazing Wayne Memorial staff over there have built. And that's the reason that I chose to come back, and my family chose to come back. And now, with the recent issues that have come up, I know my siblings are saying that they don't care if they go to Wayne. They could go to a new district. They want to go to Franklin or something like that. And honestly, that's not okay. And I feel like the way to fix the majority of these issues here is not only transparency, like Boba said earlier, but somehow the relationship between you guys, the board, the students, the staff at Wayne Memorial, everything, that there's a divide. I feel like we need to work together to kind of come over that, get over that hump and fix the issues, and then we can get our sense of community back, we can have our school back, and everything should be good.
say sorry because I know everybody wants to go home, but I was inspired. I would just like to start off and say something that you've heard a million times tonight. The removal of Weber and Russo from Wayne Memorial is completely ridiculous. As a rising junior at Wayne, I am scared. Scared that my school is going down the drain. The surplus of teachers leaving the school terrifies me for my future. The bonds I have made with some of these teachers broken due to the inadequate leader of our district is unacceptable. The fact that there is multiple accusations made against Holt that haven't been investigated makes me wonder if the board, who is supposed to be protecting and providing for me as a student, is actually hiding things that could harm my community. Hearing these speeches tonight gives me hope in the students, teachers, and parents of my district that are speaking up. Yet watching you, Holt, specifically listen to these speeches makes me wonder if you are actually listening. So I would like to direct my question to you, Dr. Holt, with everything said here tonight. What are you going to do about it? I'm one, sick, and two, extremely burned out in my head, so my thoughts will not be articulated. I apologize in advance. But I just want to say, my grandparents went to Wayne, my parents went to Wayne, I went to Wayne. I am the first person in my whole family to graduate high school. Yes. And it's completely due to those teachers, and I struggled so much, not because I'm not smart, but just getting there, showing up to class, Fred knows, and giving my all when mentally I wasn't there. And when I come from a very poor family. For the majority of the 4 years I was in high school, I was technically homeless, sleeping on a couch in my grandma's living room. And it wasn't until I was old enough to get an apartment in my own name that I was able to get out. That's when people like Miss Sears took in Ashley, basically an emancipated minor, and just teachers like that who give their all to students, like how she did with Ashley, how Baker does with Sam, how when I had a winter coat, but my sister didn't, I gave my winter coat to Ashley. Mrs. Sullivan pulled me into class and had brand new tags on everything. Over $100 spent on a really nice winter coat for me because I was showing up to school without a winter coat. That's the kind of teachers that are at Wayne, and they're all like that. They've all impacted my life so much and encouraged me to graduate high school. I'm now an EMT and am currently enrolled in classes to study physics. And my sister doesn't brag about herself, so that's my job to do. But as she mentioned, she had a 1 point something, extremely smart her whole life, but again, mental struggles. But she went from that to went to Michigan State University completely for free, covered by scholarships. Had a 4.0 at Michigan State. Had a 4.0 at Michigan State, and was considered a sophomore already as her first year as a freshman. So that's, those kind of teachers carried us and just encouraged us. And I said my thoughts aren't articulated, so I'm so sorry. But all I'm asking the least I can do to give back to these teachers that invested so much in me, my sister, and every student here, when I needed it, when I was suicidal, and they talked me out of suicide when I wasn't able to afford lunch, you know. The least I can do to give back to them is just to beg you guys to listen to them. You want students in desks at Wayne, but why are students going to want to be there when the teachers don't want to be there? Matt Dyroff left after 18 years. He impacted my entire life, and just hearing that he doesn't want to be there. These other teachers don't want to be there, and I'm so happy and thankful about the raises. But what else are we going to do to make their voices heard? That's just all I ask. After everything they've given me, that's all I ask to give you guys to give back to them. Just hear them, I guess. So,
I'm Shannon Pippa. I've been a teacher at Wayne Memorial High School for 18 years. I've taught in the same classroom my entire career. I student taught in that classroom. I've never taught anywhere else. I love my job a lot, but teaching is hard. Before Dr. Holt arrived, I was already at a point in my career where I didn't know if I could do it anymore. I come to work and I pour my heart into my students. And then I go home and I don't have anything left to give my own 2 kids. And that is shameful. And I feel terrible about it every day. But I love my job. I struggled. I talked to Kevin Weber openly about my personal struggles and doubts about whether or not I could continue to be a teacher. And he supported me. And I never felt afraid about what would happen when I spoke to him about those doubts. I always felt supported and felt like he knew that I'm a good educator, that I love my students, and that I need to be in the classroom. And he wanted to do what he could to make that continue. I'm in a better place now. The contract certainly helps. I don't plan on going anywhere, but I can't come to work afraid. I love these students, so many of you that spoke tonight. I know you, and it brings me so much joy to see you up here speaking your minds. It helps me know that what I do every day is worth it. What we do in our building is worth it. We love our students, but we can't do that if we're afraid. And when I sat in the audience, and I'm not going to be afraid now, I sat in the audience worried about what would happen to me if I clapped for these kids that I love. And that is wrong. I shouldn't be afraid. I am not going anywhere. But something, and I'm not opposed to change. Mrs. Wallace, everything you said, 100%. There are changes that need to happen. The scores for our students are unacceptable, which is why we come into the building every day and pour our heart into what we do. But we need more support from the board office. We talk about social emotional learning. Where's the training for me personally to make that happen more effectively in my classroom? I want higher scores. Help me make that happen. But I don't know what support I'm being given to make that happen. My AP scores have consistently been some of the highest in the district. And me alone. I work that class 100%. There's no one else in this building, in this district, that teaches that class. I do it. That shouldn't be the way that it is. I shouldn't have to do it alone. And I'm angry and I'm tired of being angry about it. And I don't want to come into work afraid every day next year. And I want to be able to support Dr. Anderson because I think we've picked a good person to lead us. But something has to fix the fear, the culture and climate of fear among our staff. And that is your responsibility. You have a staff that has tons of energy. Harness it. Don't stifle it.
That's hard to follow. Incredibly hard to follow. I apologize for being late to tonight's meeting. I'm one of many parents in this district that have to work 2 jobs, a 3-income household, just to survive. But yet I find time to give 15, 20 hours a week to 2 different buildings where my children attend school. They also have fear. Fear they're not being supported by this district, not by their teachers. They believe in their teachers. They're not being supported by this district. My daughter is terrified to go to school every day because of bullies. These same bullies have threatened teachers. These same bullies have written profane announcements or letters. Is there any response or consequences? No. Instead, an interim principal is removed when he wanted to act. He and I had a conversation about it. He wanted consequences for those kids. Take them out of the tag program or remove them from the safety position. Nothing. I had a conversation with a second interim principal about the same issue, that my daughter's still terrified to go to school. His suggestion was, well, see if she wants to come out of the tag program and go to another class. She's one of the brightest and smartest kids in that class, one of the most social in the building. She's a successful safety, a great student. And the answer is, take her out of the program. My son, 4.0 student for several years. He was a graduate of the tag program. He's at Wayne Memorial High School. He's 4th generation affiliated with that building. He doesn't want to be there. His principal has been removed. One of his assistants has been removed. His band director that he idolizes is now leaving. A man I have respected and worked with for a decade. And you've pushed him out. What's left and what's next? You let kids be terrorized, you don't support the teachers, and you're driving people out. And you wonder why enrollment's down. What more do I have to give to make a difference? 2 jobs, 20 hours a week volunteering. I've been a volunteer in 9 different buildings over 20 years. I've been a substitute teacher for a year. I've been an announcer, photographer, a PTO officer in 2 buildings. What more do I have to do to convince anyone change needs to happen and our kids and our teachers need to be supported now?
I'm Michelle Kinsey. I have 6 children, 1 who graduated Wayne Memorial, 2 at Wayne now, 1 at Adams, and 2 that'll come up soon enough. I have been blessed to be here. Thank you all for everything you do, because I know your job isn't easy. I can hear, I wouldn't want it. However, I disagree with some of the stuff, obviously. Mr. Weber, there was some stuff went on, heard hearsay. Things were investigated. I was happy it was investigated because I know my children are safe. They're looking at all of that stuff. But I questioned the time of getting back. Then he's no longer at the school now. I've known Mr. Weber. He took over when my son was in school, my oldest son, and that gentleman has poured everything into that school. So it really bothered me to find out he's going elsewhere. They don't sit right with me, they don't. But change happens. We've gone through waves before. I love this district. Okay, whatever. Then I hear Mrs. Russo is leaving. I can't wrap my head around that. I still can't. Things happen, all right. Mr. Ambrose is retiring. Okay, you got this thing. It's like, this doesn't add up. But I'm trying to tell myself, stuff happens, da-da-da, and whatever. But then, today, with Mr. Dyroff, I'm sorry. This is not right. It is not right. You cannot tell me that this is what they wanted. I'm sorry. I don't believe that for the life of me. And I try to teach my children, it's just because it's what we want doesn't mean it's what's right, and so on and so on. But I'm sorry, Dr. Holt, this is wrong. I'm sorry. Thank you for listening.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to address the board? Okay, next item on our agenda. Are you sure? This is it. No twofers. We already had a trooper. This is reviewing recommendations from the members of the Board of Education. Mrs. Lindell.
Thank you. I've been here for a long time. I am so proud of our students in our school district. They work hard. They put in the extra time and effort that it takes to earn those scholarships, to earn the accolades, to earn those honors. They have a whole family of staff that have been with them since they were in kindergarten, if they've been here since kindergarten, but that have been on that path, on their journey with them. It takes a village to raise a kid. I understand that. I'm a parent. I'm an educator. I went to John Glenn, I'm sorry. I graduated a long time ago, and yes, the school was here back then. But it takes a lot. And we are trying very hard to provide the best we can for each of our students. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes not so much. But we're still here, and we're gonna work our hardest. And we've listened to your concerns, I've made notes, I've heard what you've had to say, and moving forward, we will do the best we can to make sure that your words did not fall on deaf ears. I've been to a lot of awards programs, I've been to a lot of honors, a lot of graduations. And I'm so proud of the parents who come to those events. And I know it isn't easy, especially the parents that have to work more than one job. But I'm thrilled that you are there to support your student because you care. And for those who can't, we know you care. But life, sometimes it pulls cruel tricks on you and you can't always be there. So going forward, we're gonna try the best we can. And we're gonna make sure that your words do not leave here and don't move forward. So rest assured, I hear you.
Well, I'd like to spend a little time to say some nice things about Devin Kling and contracts, but honestly, that's a long time ago. I want to start off by saying that I'm the newest member of the board. I'm an Army veteran, 23 years in the fire department. I came here because I thought I could offer something to the school district. I thought that I could make it a better place. I still think so. I'm disturbed, as all of you are, and heartened by everything that I've heard about the young people who speak their mind and the employees who do as well. I, quite honestly, came here to the board with a clear slate. I had no agenda, no idea, one way or the other, about our superintendent or the system, but I came to learn. And I'm not happy with what I see. And some of the things I say here may rile some, but I was originally accused of coming here to get rid of the superintendent, which is furthest from the truth. I came here to learn and make my own judgments. But quite honestly, Dr. Holt has planted the seeds for which she is now gathering a harvest. And I believe that there's a problem, a deep problem. I'm not going to diminish the fact that she's a hardworking, well-intended person, but I think that she's gone about this in a wrong way. On her own site, there's a copy of the Hollings report that was commissioned that looked at how our school system is perceived. They interviewed students, teachers, and staff, other staff, and there were some conclusions made. Conclusions that apparently are not well followed. They talked about staff attrition, student behavior, major concern, but ultimately at the end of the report it says the climate and culture of the Wayne school system would be improved, Wayne-Westland school system would be improved by assuring the questions and concerns expressed by the stakeholders are addressed. The climate culture would be strengthened if leadership would slow the pace of change to create a transparent change plan that is clearly communicated to the stakeholders and allows that plan to have a two-way communication and interaction, a buy-in, and chances for systemic, long-term change that would be greatly enhanced. Not followed, obviously. I'm concerned enough that I would like to propose a couple of things. One, I'm disturbed by new positions being created in administration. I would like to see and someone's going to tell me this isn't my business, but I'm here to tell you I would like to see the board approve any new positions after some rational explanation is provided to convince us that it's necessary. I would like to see the board place Dr. Holt on administrative leave. Of the systems that she put in place and her actions in our school system. I think these things are necessary in order to make the corrections needed for a healthy school system.
Thank you for being on.
Thank you, President Cox. For months, I have been the lone member of this board crying out in board recommendations about things that I felt were wrong in this district. I've been bashed by fellow board members. Sit down, shut up. I've been, my word, excommunicated. As far as superintendent is concerned, we don't even speak to each other anymore.
That's our school district.
There's your breakdown, right there.
That's sad. They can't take your job, be honest.
So, I agree that the item with Mr. Weber, by the way, Dr. Anderson, I apologize to you for all you've had to endure tonight. I'm sure you do a fine job. But when you are brought into the board office and you are told that you're coming to the board office, and if you don't act happy about it, I'll bring in another principal and I'll put you where they were. That's not a choice. And this is my time, thank you. I would say that taking the heart out of Wayne, Ms. Russo as well, is detrimental to the progress that was being made in that building. And I agree wholeheartedly with what Mr. Neal said. I believe there needs to be an administrative leave until this board can look into all of the allegations and make a prudent decision about the direction of our district. Thank you.
First thing I want to do is, as Mr. Neal said, it happened a long time ago. Mrs. Simmons, you have done a remarkable job. You are truly amazing. You know, I'd like to thank the citizens in this room. You know, I'm so proud to be part of this community. I would never have put you through going from one building and going on our field trip and to the other room. Frankly, I had no idea that we were going to have this many people tonight.
Come on.
Because I really didn't know.
Really? Fire it up.
Let me speak, I'm telling you the truth. I did not know. Okay, I'm not on social media. I got other things going on. So I don't know that it was gonna be this way. If I did, I would have placed the meeting at John Glenn so that we could have everything ready for us and we could have had the meeting that we're having now. I'd also like to thank the audio and video people with our school district who did a remarkable job under the circumstances. Now here's the secret. There's a zebra back there. Thank you, Zebra. We'll try not to tell them. And you did a great job, by the way. Dr. Anderson, welcome to our school district. In spite of some of the things that you heard about the performance of these students, your own eyes showed you what kind of students you're going to have. And you're going to have. And let me just tell all of you, there is not one thing lacking about any one of you. So the heck with those scores because you are all magnificent. I'm so proud of you, and Dr. Anderson, I envy the job that you're going to have. You're going to have a lot of fun. I want to talk a little bit about what the board has to talk about, no matter what else goes on, and that's money. Because tonight, we had the opportunity to do something that the boards of education of this school district have been wanting to do for 40 years. We were able to put contracts in place that are fair and equitable and in keeping with what other school districts in our area offer. That's the first time we've been able to do that in 40 years. In 1978, when the Headley Amendment passed, the way that school districts were funded changed. And there's only one school district that lost money in that change, and it was us. And the reason we did was because a bond issue that failed just days before the law became effective meant that overnight we lost millions of dollars. Millions. How many millions? In 40 years, we've lost almost $500 million in funding. Now tonight, you saw a 4th grade teacher get up and talk about curriculum. And I asked a question, how does the curriculum that we're adopting tonight compare to that curriculum that we were using? What did he say? There's no comparison. There's no comparison between what we've been teaching kids for how many years to what we're going to be able to teach them. And what's the difference? It certainly wasn't the educator's desire. It was the curriculum. You have to buy that. It costs money. And when you're underfunded for 40 years, you can't buy that. Also, when you're underfunded for 40 years, you know, the teachers that we have in the school district, we know how wonderful they are. The fact that they're still here shows how wonderful they are. 'Cause they can go somewhere. The problem was the Board of Education simply didn't have the money. Our teachers not only did not get raises, they took pay cuts to stay here. I don't know any other group of employees that did that. So tonight you saw them get a fair shake. You didn't even see them get put back where they were. They'll never be able to get put back. They lost money that they'll never get back. But you know, we know that teachers don't live on bread and milk alone. It's not just money. You have to be happy at your job. You have to be, it has to be something that you feel that you have trust in. There can't be fear and intimidation at work. You know, you don't know the members of the Board of Education, and I wish you did, because we're all your neighbors. We're just as well-meaning as you are. And I'm going to give you a little bit of education tonight. I've heard a lot of people talking, and honestly, you don't understand the role of each. Let me give you what this is like. It is like the Board of Education are the owners of a cruise ship. And that cruise ship has a captain. And the captain is the superintendent. And the captain has to hire the first mate and the engineer and take that cruise ship across the ocean. The people who own the cruise ship aren't telling her who to put in room 3 and who to put on in the cafeteria. The captain makes all those decisions unencumbered by the owners of the boat. They have to be unencumbered. You can't have 19 cooks in the kitchen. Someone has to be in charge. And people said tonight, earlier, you understand that we have to pick things up. We do. We all mean to improve our school district, every single building. And in order to improve things, you have to have change. That's just part of what we have to have. Things have to change. The amount of money we pay teachers has to change. The money that we have to buy the curriculum we're going to teach our students has to change. We're even redesigning our secondary education offerings. So it's very difficult when you're the owner of the ship to stand back and let somebody do something that sometimes you just don't agree with. And I'll be the first one to tell you, I feel the same way my colleagues feel. And I've told the superintendent that. I showed her my telephone once that I have 1,713 contacts in my phone, and I've been running for office in this city for 30 years. You think I don't know what's going on? I know. I didn't need to read Greg's letter. I don't need emails. I know what's going on. I know. I don't want to meddle because it really isn't my place. But it is my place to recognize when the passenger of my cruise ship aren't happy. Now, anything that any member of this Board of Education is going to do requires 4 votes. You saw that happen here probably 20 times tonight. And any action we're going to take is going to take 4 votes. I'm not happy with the way you're happy. This is not what I'm here for. I'm your neighbor. I want you to love your school district. I want you to be proud of the job that your Board of Education is doing. The Board of Education has been under a tremendous amount of pressure. We're trying to create change in a district that needs it, but we don't want to burn down the forest because a couple trees have to come down. I want everyone to know I heard you, and I already knew before tonight what you were saying. I'm gonna use the words of our great General Dwight Eisenhower, 75th anniversary of D-Day. The hour of your liberation is coming. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Neal, supported by Dr. Weaver. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you.
Bring back